Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp. And welcome to our 25th episode of The Legend of Zelda and the Breath of the Wild. How are we in health and spirit on this fine Friday, everybody? Hopefully good. Hopefully good. Before I continue, before we get going, let's go ahead and start with those, those additional thank yous at the beginning of the stream. It's been about 2 weeks, so forgive me if I'm a tad rusty on the procedure. Promise I'll get back on track sooner rather than later. Thank you to Devious Grace for their gift to Rasby the Player. Rasby, if you're listening, I hope you're enjoying the ad-free experience, the emotes, your place in the Discord, all of that fun stuff. I hope you enjoy it. I don't have any patrons or coffee members at this time, but I do want to thank people for their one-off donations in the past. It's been incredibly helpful. More than you guys, more than I could possibly ever express. Let's get to the game, shall we? Maybe also make sure... Let's make sure the camera is in the right place. Everything seems a go. So, last time on the Breath of the Wild, we went through, and let me go ahead and put my phone on vibrate before continuing. It's obviously very difficult for me to do anything one-handed. Let's put that on vibrate. Good. Last time we did a couple of shrines. I believe most notably the Maija Roki Shrine on Washa's Bluff. As well as the Shim Dagoze Shrine. These were kind of ones related to the various bardic performances of our friend, oh goodness, forgetting his name already. Cass, there it is. Sorry, brain fog is particularly acute today. And I just had food, too. You'd think that the brain fog would be less, not more. Anyway, important part is we also collected a ton of Koroks seeds. We also additionally went through and found a couple of stragglers that are quite difficult. I think no YouTube chat. Sorry, Bear Type. Yep, you're totally correct. I forgot to fire off the combined chat doc again. Just activate the source. Thank you. I knew I was forgetting something. Hey there, Bear Type. Sorry. welcome to the stream, YouTube and Twitch people. We're multi-streaming, so everyone please feel free to say hello or don't. The choice is yours. And in response to what was said specifically on YouTube, last stream, I did not have 70 YouTube subscribers. I had 65, 68, something like that. So 70 is a real milestone. I'm really glad to have it. Let me know if the combined chat doc is okay. Yep. No chat on screen. Haven't seen chat of YouTube or Twitch. It's working. It's working. Thank you for the reminder, Bear Type. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well in health or spirit, or ideally both. Where was I? Right, sorry. Yeah, the important point was just collecting a bunch of doing the whole usual. I promise we'll get back to doing something unusual. Probably in about 2 streams from now. Because 22 or 23, yeah, 2 to 3 streams sounds about right. We got the Master's. No, we did not get the Master Sword. Sorry. We completed the Korok trials on episode number 22. So episode 23 and 24 were Korok collection and like shrines and all kinds of other goodies. You're great. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Especially given the rather dour turn of geopolitical events. It's nice to hear people are doing well in their own prospective lives. I'm doing okay. I had a cup of coffee at about 11 today, and I ate maybe half an hour after that. So at the very least, I'm being nourished. I'm feeling nourished. Just the important part. I also want to apologize for all of the missed streams. Well, I say missed, but as you guys on Discord probably knew before that, we will be working our way towards Hebra. That's the goal today, is at least to try to get through to Bantha and a good chunk of Hebra today. If I'm not taking too long, we might even be able to do the whole thing, but we'll have to see. I'll go ahead and wrap up my explanation, and then we can go ahead and get started. For the 21st through the 26th of this month, I went and house sat for a client of mine. They recently got back. I was able to get paid, and I spent no less than 24 to 36 hours recovering from that 5-day stint at the client's house. Their pets are nice. Yes, yay, very much yay money. That's $100 I didn't have otherwise. That said, boo, money. It would be nice to not have to deal with money, but I'm getting off into idealistic la la land, and that's not exactly it's not a productive sentiment to have, at least for the time being. But yes, I was out for a grand total of basically 6 days. Couldn't stream. I was at work, quote unquote. It's the closest thing to work I actually have. I'm very happy to be back. I hope that I don't get... I mean, I want client jobs, don't get me wrong, but it would be nice if I could maybe go a solid 15 days without another one. Because I like interacting with all of you. You guys are my lifeblood. You guys keep me sane through a lot of what's going on in this world today. Now, before we get started, I am going to go ahead and make sure the map is set to the correct place. Speaking of maps, if you guys want to keep up or follow along, feel free to type in... Let's see, for you guys on YouTube, it'll be asterisk... that's Shift 8 on a QWERTY keyboard. BOTWMAP. That'll bring up the interactive map. I'm using this one in order to like help me collect all of the Korok seeds, because I can't be arsed to collect 900 of them on my own. And for you guys on Twitch, just use an exclamation mark instead. Please feel free to type in exclamation mark Firebot commands on Twitch for more information. For you guys on YouTube, and I'll get to that comment in just a second, promise. Trying to see. Let me check out the sub action for this. Okay, yes. So if you guys wait an hour, because I wish I had this on a... Do I have this on a... No, I don't have a command for it. Yikes. I need to fix that. It's just that there's a 200 character limit, so I have to be really careful. I do have timers for you guys on YouTube. The commands one will be rolling out in an hour, and that'll spit out all the commands in one nice, neat sitting for you. Presuming you're not also on my Discord or somewhere else where I have those commands stored. To get to the YouTube comments, where did you get your armor? Are you talking about the one I currently have, or other armor? Because so far I've only got, our armor collection really hasn't changed. We haven't really been to a whole bunch of places to buy armor. The only other thing I can think of that was added recently was the Korok mask, and that was was that episode 22 or 1? I forget. But I want to say this came at the end of the Korok trial, so 22 sounds correct. Sorry, I shouldn't be referencing, episodes. I should be telling you where it actually is. I'm pretty sure we got that mask, after the Korok trials in the Korok Forest. Hey there, Thistle. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream on YouTube. Hope you enjoy your stay. How are you in health and or spirit, sir and or madam and or non-binary person? Hopefully well. Hopefully well. You've come in right at the beginning for today's stream. We are just about to get started on the wild and crazy collection quest that is Korok seeds, because that's part of the 100% journey. I think I'm gonna start by checking out these trees again. And we'll see what we can do from there. If and you don't mind my asking, Thistle, assuming you feel up to chatting. If not, that's totally fine. Sounds fun. I've said it to many people before. I guess I can start off the day by saying it again. I truly do think the best experience of Breath of the Wild is going for the better ending, but not collecting all the Korok seeds. I think that kind of sufficiently detracts from the gameplay experience in such a way as to be... It just inflates the time of the game as a start. Never mind the kinds of things that one typically has to do to find Korok seeds, like this one up here. I totally forgot that the apples hadn't had enough time to grow back yet. Cool. Yeah, I enjoy the 100% experience. I just wish the Koroks were a little bit more reasonable. Let me go ahead and... I guess we've kind of gotten the stuff along the periphery, right? Let's see. If and you don't mind my asking, Thistle, are you a Breath of the Wild newcomer? Are you, somewhat like me in that you've played some of it before, but maybe you've not necessarily gone the full distance with the game? Or are you a Breath of the Wild veteran? I'm generally curious about the experience my audience has with the game I'm streaming. It's a consistent question I tend to ask. Okay, so we're down here. Got this. Right. We ended the episode, I believe, by going across the Koroks Bridge. You've 100% completed the game. Nice. Nice. If and you don't mind my asking then, what are your thoughts on the 100% experience? Worth it? Not worth it? And I guess I can open that floor to everybody. Let me shift over to the left here. Open the floor to everybody. As a reminder, we are multi-streaming to Twitch, YouTube. If you want to say hi to each other, feel free, though I don't recommend a cross-platform conversation. What do you guys think about the full completion experience of Breath of the Wild? I think I've reiterated my thoughts on this I'd say about 24 times since the start of the live Let's Play, but I'm curious where everyone else's mind generally sits at. I'd answer, and of course, with most questions, I tend to ask my audience, I would never ask a question I did not intend to answer myself. You know, it's my job to be the entertainer here. Nobody else has to have that job. But B, also, if I'm going to ask other people to bare their souls when it comes to their perspectives and opinions on games, I need to be prepared to do the same. Don't ask others things you couldn't or wouldn't do yourself, right? That's kind of the overall principle. It takes a while. It does. It does take a while. The Koroks are by and away the biggest component. What I'm trying to do is figure out, is there one here in the Hyrule Plain? Yeah, okay. I know where I can start. It's up here. Sorry, a bit of a slow going to figure out where I left off in the whole advent of Korok seeds. It has been about a week since I've last played. I haven't forgotten my skill, but I've definitely forgotten my placement amongst what I was doing. And as I've said in the beginning, I did have to take basically about 1.5 days to get some semblance of recovery from my client job. I house sit and dog sit for a living. That's by and away what I do to obtain money. It's fun work. It can be especially fun and rewarding in a spiritual sense, in that you get to, you know, actually nurture nature and take care of pets. But I did not mean to. Actually, I probably held this blade out for a different reason. Let me go ahead and grab these before things get ugly. People keep leaving? You talking about viewer metrics? I'm a little confused by that last sentence. But while I wait for some clarification from you, I do quite enjoy the house-sitting experience, but it definitely can be exhausting, especially if you do stay in someone else's house, right? For a start, you know, you're sleeping in someone else's, like, prearranged bed, like viewers. Ah, I see. Well, they're entitled to leave. Nobody has to stay. That's the nice thing about the experience, right? If people don't like it, they're free to leave. I wouldn't begrudge them for that choice either. Why don't we return to a different choice of subject? That kind of gets in the meta level of things, and usually most people don't like discussions on viewers. That said, if you want to talk about viewer metrics, please feel free to join the Discord and we can talk more about that there, where it's less of a big deal. The meta discussion's more okay. I'm going to go ahead and show this Discord while I've got the chance. I work pretty bloody hard on my Discord server. I've got places for commands, we can share pictures, there's places for serious and less serious general discussion, and if you're a paying member, you even get early access to things like thumbnails and stuff. I work really hard on this. Also, I guess it would help if I actually, you know, signed the chat bot in. That would totally help, right? Yep. Oh, that's why. I put an asterisk in the Twitch chat. Let's fix that. There we go. That should be correct this time. Hopefully. Yeah, I had the command correct. What gives, Firebot? I'm gonna have to check into that later, maybe during break. But, of course, nobody is compelled to join the Discord or anything. Not everyone is up to, you know, small and or large communities. Sometimes people just want to be left the heck alone. As a somewhat of a libertarian myself, I know what that feeling is like on a personal level. It would often be nice if the world just left us be, but you don't usually get that chance. I am pretty sure I just went way too far off course, and I need to fix that. That's it. Roll in the hole. That's... Look, this is this game's version of Golf It. Imagine a Zelda-style Golf It with friends, everybody. Just, you know, like 4 or 5 individuals with a Magnesis rune and some kind of sledgehammer just queue up and play a golf course together. That would be an amazing idea. I wish there was something like that as like a nice little mini-game mode of sorts. Would it see a whole bunch of play? No, but the novelty would at least be there more than anything. But going back to the sense of community thing, I don't want to force people to join the Discord. I just want to strike that balance between talking about it and not talking about it. Oh, that's weird. What was that notice for? I see. Yep, there we go. If you guys wanted to see the commands, the timer just went off for them. Please feel free to type in any and all of those that you want to. I'm sorry. Who told you that you could, It's this one, right? It's exactly this spot. It is, but it's not sitting on the right... There we go. Okay, next one is up here. No, I'm not looking to put a stamp on things. Thank you very much. So, I have a bit of advice. And this is something I've taken a long time to think about before saying it, but I feel like it's worth saying. And I want to merely, you know, have a glancing blow at geopolitics and nothing else. We just want to graze the edge. In the modern information era, as much as I think it's noble that people want to not get bogged down by local and national or international politics, I think if you don't pay some amount of attention to that stuff, it will come find you, come knocking on your door, and you will have no recourse but to address it at a time when it is most inconvenient for you. I recommend not leaving yourself to that fate. Be well read on the politics, because that doesn't mean you need to interact with it, but just be aware it's happening. That's at least a start. And maybe don't be aware of everything, unless you are in certain geopolitical waters like myself, where I kind of need to pay attention to all of it. But for the most part, just focus on the stuff that pertains to you more than anything else. Try to just be aware and keep your head hunkered down. Otherwise, let me go and catch up on the YouTube comment. I just wanted to get that out of the way because I think it's important. Thank you, Thistle. It should be onboarded for you. If not, you know, just I guess let me know, and I'll go ahead and fix it. I look forward to your company on said Discord. You've played over 7 hours of Breath of the Wild yesterday. You don't know how? I know how, or at least I have a pretty good guess as to how. You know, if you enjoy Breath of the Wild, which based on that level of playtime, bear type, I would surmise so. You know, there's a reason these kinds of things are generally referred to as time wasters. You can burn up a lot of time doing something you enjoy, and I do mean that legitimately. I think if I get engrossed in something, especially a game that I happen to be playing through, you know, I can spend 5, 6, 7 hours, you know, getting up and sitting back down, but otherwise, just playing that game, I can absolutely get engrossed in something like that. I think that's why. Yep, I already read that one. How many hours do you have in Breath of the Wild? Also, you're already in it already? Ah, the Discord. Ah, yes, and I appreciate your membership in it, Bear Type. Really, I do. I have played, what, maybe, let's see, counting the first stream attempt where we went about halfway through the game, any amount of off time I've played, and then this attempt streaming, maybe 500 hours? That might be a little generous. I'd have to go and look up that type of statistic on my Switch. I'd have to do that. But I want to say it's like a few hundred hours. No more, no less. You played 7,000 hours all time? Nice. Okay, let's find these flowers. I think we're following the trail. Yes, we're following a trail. That sounds about right. My sibling also has played this game before, and actually have beaten it. Where did that third flower show up? Hold on. And I want to say they've got something to the tune like a couple thousand hours in it, especially if you're grinding for everything. Breath of the Wild is the best game for you to play at like 3 in the morning. Fair. It's a pretty cozy game. I could certainly get behind that. Where is this? Where is this flower? This is what happens when I don't pay attention. I'm probably gonna have to restart. Let's see. Let me just get up to higher ground and see where this flower is. I want to bet it's right there. You only have 200, but you started around 4 or 5 months ago. Yeah, that sounds reasonable for the amount of time you spent in it. And and Thistle started close to when it came out. Referring to like when you got your start playing Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I want to say my sibling definitely got a pretty lengthy head start ahead of me. It took me a while before I actually started playing. Where is this? I feel like my head's like half screwed on and half screwed off right now. Let me go back to YouTube a second. You got a Korok flower that did you or did you not find it? I guess that's what I need to ask for some clarification on that sentence. Where is this Korok flower? It's right here. The walls are designed to hide that flower, which is interesting, I guess. Okay, so we have... Okay, there's one here. Yeah, there's a Koroks. That looks like it's going to be either a ring of lilies or else like some sort of other challenge. Okay, let me make sure I've actually gone back to the YouTube section here. I don't think I have 1,000 hours in this game. I think even between the 2 times I've streamed and the off-camera grinding sessions for both stream sessions, or both stream series, I should say, and then any time I've played offline, I still don't think it would total 1,000. You never got it on Switch because your dad isn't a big Zelda fan? Fair. He tried like 3 games, and they were Twilight Princess, the OG one. Worst ones to start with? I don't know about that. I think that might be an interesting take, to say the least. That's certainly an interesting perspective. It's like down here. I'm headed the completely wrong direction. Twilight Princess is a pretty good one to start out with. You know, most people would say, oh, you gotta play Ocarina of Time. You gotta play Ocarina of Time. It's such a cult classic. Sure, it's a cult classic, but that doesn't mean you have to start there. And of course, Zelda 1 and 2 are just a whole different experience. I find it pretty amazing. It's kind of hard to generalize the experience of the platform. Your GF wants you to go out to eat with her? Oh, that's awesome. I hope you and your girlfriend have amazing food. Please enjoy. And thank you so much for stopping by and joining the Discord, Thistle. Thank you. Go enjoy that and have fun. And that goes for anyone else. If you guys have other obligations, by all means. That's totally fine. I think my brain decided to fire on half cylinders with that statement. Not that I don't mean it, of course, but just it's more of the, how do I word it? I'm sorry. I am losing it today. I'm losing it. It's been a week, guys. I don't ask for much. I don't ask for much, but I would like a little more latitude than usual today. Honestly, Ocarina of Time wasn't so good, like people say. You played it on the 3DS, but I only think it's better there. It certainly is. If there's the 3DS port is probably the definitive way to play Ocarina of Time. I would definitely say so. Yeah, okay, so it's here. Really? The wind would blow right now. All right. So I have to toss it a little bit. Hold on. I actually need to line this up is what I need to do. One second. I have to get this rock toss. Wow. This might be one of those ones I should probably put a stamp on here, just kind of preemptively, just in case I muck it up. Okay, before I continue, I do want to make sure I've actually answered or finished answering this statement with the Ocarina of Time. Yeah, I would definitely say the 3DS port is the definitive way to play Ocarina of Time, and I think one of the reasons why people would say it's great is partly nostalgia bias. So, like, if they remember having a good experience with the game, their fond memories of it is maybe would override their, you know, clinical, like, review of the game, or the clinical criticisms that come with the game. And I think also there's some part of... Yes! There's some part of the community that is going to say, oh, this is an old game, you know, we should give it some latitude, because it was an old game in the day and age of 3D of 3D action-adventure platformers. Okay, we can take the stamp, which is what I was worried about. I also think some part of the, Ocarina of Time is such a cult classic. I think some smaller part of it might also just be that if you've played through it again recently, it can definitely open the door for you to try the randomizer, because the randomizer is an absolutely amazing experience, and I think everybody should try the Ocarina of Time or the Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask combo rando at least once with, like, minimal settings on it, just to get some idea of what that experience is like. And I think because people think the randomizer is good, or that it is a legitimately good experience, that might also mask some of the objective criticisms of Ocarina of Time more than anything. But I don't think it's the de facto way to start the game either. You think you will start Gerudo Beast in Quest? Ooh, got the Master Sword today? And you don't really have anything to do. I hope that goes well for you. I know that the Gerudo quests can be involved in Breath of the Wild, to say the least. You do get that it's one of the first 3D games, but you can't give it the best game because it's old, but did good things for the time. Oh, right, it's kind of... How do I word this? It's definitely a 3D game of all time. It is not necessarily the best 3D Zelda game ever of all time. Really, the biggest part is that it just represents retro gaming, and the nostalgia bias, i.e. the tendency to weight something high because you've had fond memories of it in the past is a really... the effect of that is really quite noticeable. I will still stand by Twilight Princess, Link to the Past, A Link Between Worlds, the Minish Cap, or Skyward Sword. I think all of those are excellent places to start in the Ocarina of Time franchise because they all represent different designs. They represent different, like, thought processes that went on in the dev sphere. Hey there, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Sorry, Darcy. I promise I'm remembering. Here to watch a bit before you work on your final project? Okay. Are you on the PowerPoint portion or the recording portion? Either way, good to see you. Hope you enjoy your stay, and hopefully you're doing well in health and spirit today. Majora's Mask is best game. I don't know about that one, but everyone has a different Zelda game they consider the best, or like a personal best. Going back to YouTube, Between Worlds is so underrated. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I would consider it an underrated game. It's oh, hello. I'm gonna finish this and then I'll wink away the camera for the cutscene and everything. It's nice. It's nice that there is some cross-platform discussion for the record, even if I don't necessarily recommend long stints of it. PowerPoint still? Yep. That's about what I figured, but I thought I would inquire anyway. I know it's not everyone's favorite. Oh, that's totally fair. You just think it has such an energy to it? It does. Majora's Mask is certainly... It's more macabre in its themes when you begin to break it down, which I think makes it more interesting between it and Ocarina of Time. Like, Majora's Mask is just the I would say it is a mechanically better game, on top of it being more dark and eerie and macabre and serious. It isn't just classic hero syndrome trope simulator for like the 500th time. Let me go back to YouTube a second. I got a trauma from it. You got to the Gerudo in your playthrough in like 2023 that had 10 hours. Oh, that was in relation to Breath of the Wild. Okay. Um well, I hope this time goes a lot better with the Gerudo and the subsequent Divine Beast quest lines. Um Really, once you get past the mechanics of the lone weapons in between worlds, I think you're going to have a good time. That's just me talking to everyone else. Everyone else who maybe has not played A Link Between Worlds. I believe I have a copy of it on my 3DS, and it is one of the games I have beaten. I did thoroughly enjoy it. I wanted more. I felt it was a bit short, but it's fine. Let me make sure I've finished YouTube before I jump back to Twitch here. Having a unique game is even better. Agreed. What do the enemy heads do in Breath of the Wild where you buy in the monster shop? Are you talking about like the Lionel mask bear type, or like the Moblin or Bokoblin masks? Just so I kind of understand what you're asking. And while I'm waiting on that, let me turn to Twitch here. I feel like in keeping with Nintendo, the games have become more kid-friendly and cute. Kind of. There's like a duality to that, right? I would not call Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom necessarily kid-friendly. Cute, sure, but yeah, any of them? Do they do anything good? They let you kind of blend in. They're kind of like, the monster masks are kind of functional to the Sheikah armor, kind of. The Lionel mask is probably like the biggest, like most noticeable mask. The distance, I believe, is like 30 or 40% smaller in when the Lionel notices you with the mask on. I'm not 100% sure. Darcy would be the one to know that, like, kind of offhand. I know it's been a while since they've played, but I'm pretty sure those monster masks are just to help you blend in with other monsters. Let me go back to Twitch and finish this. But you like when games explore dark themes or confront the ugly sides in the universe, which, you know, even if a game is kid friendly, they can still do. Kid friendly that there's no real gruesome deaths. Yeah, that's fair. Or at least the details of the ugliness of those things are typically hidden in the lore more than before. Agreed. I can see where you're coming from in that regard. Moving back to YouTube. There are so many people that are just selling a copy of Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom because their kids had a hard time with it. You're not in an English country, so it's even worse. That's fair. Yeah, I would definitely say this is a PSA for anybody looking to buy Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom. And this is sort of the last thing I want to say before, you know, we get back to playing the game. But Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are the Souls-like entries of the Zelda series, the Legend of Zelda series. They are considered, I would definitely consider them the hardest games, period. End of subject. I would not recommend this game to a 10-year-old kid unless they happen to be good at games. I mean, in terms of gameplay, I don't think they're that... Yeah, when I say they're the Souls-like, I don't necessarily mean they're Souls difficult. Souls games are notoriously very difficult. It's just that I would say these are kind of the most difficult games in the Legend of Zelda series. Maybe Zelda 2, the Adventures of Link, like the original NES, SNES, or NES like title. Zelda 2, I think, is probably the hardest Zelda game, period. But these games give it a pretty good run for their money. Let me go back over to YouTube here. Let's see. Oh, you could just wear Majora's Mask. Yeah, I think. Let me go make sure. Lionel Mask only works for 10 seconds. Okay, yep. Also, hi Twitch. And you hate Zelda 2? Fair, fair, absolutely fair. I never really cared for Zelda 2. I think I have a Game Boy Advance cartridge lying around here somewhere. It's okay. There are a couple of things in Zelda 2 that are just like, I cannot deal with it, but I will definitely talk a bit more about that after we've actually watched this cutscene. Let's enjoy a nice memory together, shall we? Also gonna mute the mic while this is going on.
There's one. Oh, and another. The flowers we have in Hyrule aren't just beautiful. They're also quite useful as ingredients for a variety of things. This one here is called the Silent Princess. It's a rare, endangered species. Despite our efforts, we can't get them to grow domestically yet. The princess can only thrive out here, in the wild. All that we can hope is that the species will be strong enough to prosper on its own. Is that what I think it is? Look at this. I don't believe it, but I actually caught one. This delicacy is known to have very, very potent effects under the proper circumstances. Ta-da! Research from the castle shows ingesting one of these can actually augment certain abilities. We wouldn't be in a controlled environment out here, but with your level of physical fitness, you'd be a perfect candidate for the study. Go on. Taste it.
Oh, Zelda. Yeah, that's probably a pretty early memory in the whole story. I love this one. I see a lot of Jaina Proudmoore in her. In that I very much enjoy the prospect of very highly educated ladies taking a prominent role center stage, in the game. I do not hide any of it. Jaina Proudmoore is by far one of my favorite female characters ever. She's right up there with Samus Aran. These two blonde beauties duke it out over which one's my real favorite. I kind of pogo back and forth between which one I like more, but I struggled to contain a rather big cheese-eating grin watching that memory. Just thought I would share my own thoughts on the subject. Majora's Mask works for 30 seconds on Lionel, so it isn't permanent hiding for them either. Yeah, but 30 seconds should be enough time for you to get back into cover. In most circumstances, I'd like to think 10 seconds is sufficient, but on open fields, 30 seconds could be a big difference. Also, if you put your weapons away and approach a Lionel from the front, I believe they are sort of gentlemanly. They'll square up to you, but shouldn't attack until you get within range. Uh-oh. Get up there first. Almost. There we go. Let's pick up this rock. Good things to know if I ever put on the mask, which I will for demonstration purposes, but it will take a long time to do in this playthrough. I expect this playthrough to probably be a couple, I say a couple hundred episodes. I think that's a little ludicrous. Maybe like 125? You know, presuming I keep up good pacing and everything. Also, oh, that tidbit works without the mask. Oh, really? That's interesting. I'll have to try that sometime. So, is it strictly no weapon, just they're not drawn, or do you have to not have weapons equipped? Let's see. Let me find the next Koroks seed to go for. Okay, I think we're actually starting to overlap on places we've been. You just found out the name of the game that you had a small memory of that you loved. A low-quality click pointer? Oh, a point-and-click adventure game, maybe. I guess we'll wait and see what the name of it is. Just don't get super, super close. Understood. I'll have to demonstrate that the next time we have a Lionel, which I don't think... Let's see. Yeah, this isn't it. This isn't gonna be it. I'll show you guys what I'm referring to as soon as I get myself pointed in the correct direction, which I believe is this way. Mickey Mouse GameCube game? Is that the source? Oh, I'm trying to think of a... I think I have an inkling of what you're talking about there, Bear Type. Oh, I remember this. It's not called Epic. That's like the reboot of the thing. Shoot. This would be the time where I would love to just whip out my phone and find it, but I want to keep things going. It's a distance and time thing. The closer you get, the quicker the timer goes. So if you're quick and keep a bit of distance, you'll be fine. Duly noted. Disney's Magic Mirrors. Yeah, no wonder. I keep thinking of Epic, like the Epic reboot of Mickey Mouse, and that's not at all it. Disney's Magical Mirrors. Oh, I actually hear some of the more modern reboots or like retakes of the series are underwhelming, but not half bad. Maybe if I ever get a copy of one of those games, I'll play one for you guys. As a reminder, we do vote on things in this community. We still have an ongoing long-term vote for the next game we're gonna play. We have a long time until that vote becomes due, but if you guys want to vote on stuff, please feel free to join the Discord, because the Discord's the only place where we vote on that stuff. I'm gonna try like doing a test command here. I might need to log out of and then restart Firebot. Let's see. I might need to do that. Emulating it might be difficult. I guess it depends on which platform. GameCube, probably not. Yeah, you know what, Bear Type, you're probably right. I'm probably thinking of the Genesis game that got a reboot pretty recently. It had a PS3 remake. It's so good. Top 3 Mickey Mouse games. Yeah, the Mickey Mouse games can be pretty hit or miss, I have to tell you. At least in my experience when I've watched people play, it's been quite hit or miss. Castle of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse. That might be the one I'm thinking of. It's like the 3D version of the 2D side-scroller. Something along those lines. needless to say, my point before we, get to clobbering time, is that if you guys want to see stuff like this, and this is directed at everybody, consider joining the Discord, because that'll be the only place where we vote on such things. Let me go ahead and try the command again. There we go. Okay. It wasn't working for some strange reason earlier. I'm glad to have fixed it. Okay. Cool. Let me go ahead and... You got it on Genesis? The PS3 one is better? Fair. I think the only PS3 game I had before I traded the PS3 back in was like, what was it? Uncharted 3? It was like Uncharted 3 and Infamous. I think I had like a grand total of 2 games and then traded it back in. I don't think I have the PS3 games anymore either, but I know Infamous was Virtual Console or like on network, so definitely not. And then the other one I'm not sure on. I got like 200 plus PS3 games. Don't ask. JK. All right, let's get this fat sack of lard dead, shall we? And then we could take a break. You know what? Just penance. Do we have Far Cry? Far Cry is Xbox, and I'm pretty sure it would have been Far Cry 3 that we had. I think it's the only Far Cry I've actually played, being quite real with you. And I got my just desserts for insulting this Hinox. By the way, Majora's Mask doesn't work on Hinox or Gleeox. Good to know. Okay, let's just deal with this relatively quickly. Far Cry 3 is on PS3? Oh. Nice. Wow. Just like that, I ate through a... Link is going to be having absolutely the most massive levels of stomach irritation. Am I neglecting to make food again? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. The food I have is temperature reg food or like attack boosters, so I don't want to just, I don't just want to eat, food left and right. The apples have less of an impact overall, but I should probably make some amount of food. That would probably be a good idea. At least we can get some for free from the Hinox. And yeah, you're probably right. I should probably be baking steaks a little more often. That would be a nice cost-efficient way of eating food. Gonna give Link arsenic poisoning from the apples. This is true. This is true. Apples do have low quantities of arsenic in them. So I could definitely imagine Link having issues with that level of apple consumption. Hinox are sumo guys, right? I mean, look at the underwear. I don't know how it's not 18 plus. I know, right? The Hinox armor, just like, what the heck? It's weird. And the food is more worth it, TBH, especially if you go use electricity or bombs on lakes to get fish. The bombs are free also, so shrug. That's fair. No, that's absolutely fair. Okay, gonna go ahead and put a stamp to seal the deal. Can I know exactly where we're going? So we're gonna go ahead and take a break. For those of you that have haven't been here in some time, or just to get the explanation started, I typically take ad breaks here, around 3 minutes or so. And for those of you on Twitch, I run about the same length of time on ads. I'm continuing to do my homework. If it turns out that running a minute and a half is essentially the same as 3, then I'll think about shortening the ad time further. That way we don't miss out on game. I just also have to balance that with being able to actually get up, walk away from my desk for a minute, and come back. That would be the only logistical thing I have to keep an eye on. But that's something I'll do in the background. I want to thank you guys for hanging out with me so terribly much. I really appreciate it. It's nice to have the company even after a week of being gone. I wish I could use words to express more succinctly how I feel. But I'll go ahead and take that break, and I will see you guys in 3 minutes from now. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Let me go ahead and catch up on comments here, and then we will continue. And, you know, not rake the keyboard with my fingers. That would be good. Tama Pond, just east of Rito Village and south of the Heaper Plunge, has hardy salmon and chillfin trout. It's the best spot for fish that it is. I'm glad you pointed that out. That would be right here. Right here, nestled in the mountains. Good source of fish. And the banks of the Hylian River around the Riverside Stable have Hylian, Staminoka, and hardy bass. Yup. We, let's see. Riverside Stable is right here. So, yeah, that would be this area. All kinds of nice bass. Okay, let me go ahead and turn this off and switch certain things on. You can mark them with a stamp of some kind. Good idea. Good idea. I guess I'll do it like this. I'll put a cook pot there so I know. That I have that location like mapped in my mind for future fishing. I probably should make sure I have those places marked for like off-screen grinding anyway. Probably be a good idea. Speaking of you know, food-related things, just to kind of like talk about something else for like a hot second. I'm gonna be having steak tonight. And while I've lobbied for spinach and mashed potatoes, probably not getting the mashed potatoes, probably getting the steak fries instead. But I'm going to be eating pretty well tonight. Very well. I will go ahead and wear a cap. Okay, yay, hat time. Yes, I have a timer for this. Except that's not quite correct. There we go. Yep. Woo hat. Yeah, I have a couple of nice trilbies here. Kind of hard to see with the triangular camera frame, which is done entirely through OBS, by the way, I might add. But I do have 2 trilbies that I could cycle through. I have some other hats. I do have like a couple of baseball caps lying around, but I tend not to want to wear those. Those are like my Christian like gear hats, and I think that would incense people, at least some of the time. I don't want to take any risks by blatant and or somewhat inadvertent political advertisements. Don't want to do that.
You die.
Okay. Yes, I will go ahead and do that as soon as we get this Koroks seed. So what was I asked to do? Get some fish and make 3 unique fish dishes, please. You got it. Do I have any Zelda hats? That's a joke. What the heck was that? I'm so glad you asked, Bear Type. So, a good chunk of my redemptions here on Twitch have audio associated with them. I found some new audio to use with these. And that one, the do a large in-game action, why is this? Oh, it's because the order of it is weird on the thing. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be 400. Has Batman has a couple of Batman movie quotes in it from Harvey A. Dent. Both of the in-game actions have one of those associated with them. I thought it was pretty cool. Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on the audio redemption, but I wanted to do I think I was thinking of the I think I was thinking of something coin flip related at the time. Someone came in here and did a coin flip to determine some random thing. I think it might have been Sawyer, actually. And my mind was kind of stuck on that. So I thought I thought I would include an audio clip with those. That particular one that you heard was the scene in the Batman movie where Harvey A. Dent, spoilers, is lying in the hospital bed after he's been recovered from having half his body burnt off. And the nurse turns out to be Joker. And so the nurse comes in, Joker comes in. 5K points. Wow, what a grind. Yeah, I think I do remember. Yeah, 5K points is certainly quite the amount of time to spend here. You could make me take off my glasses for 5 minutes. I would prefer you didn't do that, but I've got the redemption there in case anyone does want to do that. Like I was trying to recount the scene. So Joker comes in and kind of explains the whole, he's a chaos agent. To be fair, I could ask for much bigger action, but I'm not. You totally could. It's well within your right to do. It's why I have the redemptions there. But I appreciate you exercising exercising restraint. What am I trying to do here? I am trying to get an eye on this Korok. I think I've gone past it is what's happened. Let's fix that before I continue. What was I saying? Right. Joker explains he's an agent of chaos, and he hands Harvey the gun, and Harvey kind of flips the coin, now being actually Two-Face. Yeah, I believe it's Two-Face. And the coin comes up lucky, and he lets Joker live. That was that whole scene. That's where I took that quote from. And I specifically snipped parts of that out. Okay, am I... Yes, I am at the right tree. This feels like a rock to me. Or I need to climb the top of a tree. It's one of those. Or it can be something totally unrelated. Yep, it's something totally unrelated. There we go. And I believe the do a small in-game action is like one of the preceding lines in that scene as well. Okay, so we've done that. We're gonna go and entertain the large in-game action. Where do I want to do this at? I should just do it somewhere where I know there's gonna be a functioning cook pot and not waste time guessing. Okay, so this is a good time to showcase this. For you guys on Twitch, if you type in !BOTW ING info into the chat, that's all one word, all lowercase. I'll go ahead and demonstrate that. For you guys on YouTube, this had to be broken up into 2 commands. If you type, I should probably just, actually, I'm pretty sure I have the YouTube message that demos this. Yep, it would be ingrec and ingmeta. The one I'm going to use is the recipe book. Fish time. Yep, very, very much fish. Now, I am going to grab these lotus seeds while I'm right here to give myself a few extra ingredients. And we'll go from there. All right, let's cook up some fish. But while we're cooking fish, and I return to my recipe book here and find the fish recipes. The one that's the recipe book will tell you what items make what dish. The ingredient meta information link takes you to determining the exact level of effects. You said get some fish? Let me read the redemption again. You want me to get fish and then make 3 fish dishes. Oops. Okay, well this is a good time to go to that river stop you were talking about. And I'm choosing the Hylian riverbank because we've already been there. Whereas Hebra, I want to make sure I'm saving Hebra for when we're doing the Koroks seed stuff. That's all. I think I've demoed this particular technique before, but let me do that again. I think I've mentioned to you guys on previous streams that bombs and shock arrows are 2 of the easiest methods ever for getting fish. Bombs are free. Shock arrows require a little bit of farming, but they're both relatively efficient methods. And of course, if you don't need to use these things, then don't. Bombs and shock arrows are both fantastic ways of getting fish without having to spend resources. You still gotta spend the time, though. Like, you don't get to, you can't cop out of the lack of time or the time requirement, I'm afraid. What we can do is also get some chicken while we're out here. Yum, drumsticks. Hey there, Eru was found. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you are doing well in both health and spirit. Hope you enjoy your stay. You came in just in time for us to be... you've caught us in the... someone redeemed a... get fish and then make fish dishes redemption. They redeemed a do some major in-game thing, and so that is what I'm doing now. We're taking a break to farm. Too bad it's not a fish farm. You could call me Eru, and you're... Oh, hey there, Sawyer. Welcome back. Good, nice to see you again. Yeah, I didn't recognize you at all. What prompted the name change, if and you don't mind my asking? Yes, that is awesome. Love that for me. I blew up myself. I wanted to farm fish. I farmed myself instead. Really? I promise I'm not this incompetent at this particular task. Okay, I probably want to... Yep, one more pillar and that should be sufficient. Darcy, how much fish do you want me to collect? Do you want me to get unique fish or like a whole bunch of fish? Oh, you were watching Death Note, eh? I am not the largest purveyor of anime, but I've heard of Death Note. A lot of people in my friend circle like it a whole bunch. A character named L in Japanese sounds like Eru. Yeah, that sounds familiar. I watch a guy named Marsh, and he sometimes like dissects the Japanese in Shin Megami Tensei titles or texts or things like that. So yeah, that sounds about on par. Thought the name was cool, huh? Oh, so L was found. If I were to put that back into English, L was found. And the character's name is L. 3 hardy bass and 6 other fish of my choosing. Okay, sounds good. Let's see. Well, we found 5 other fish. That being the Skamanoka bass toward the farm portion of the stables, and then the 4 bass we just blew up. So it's the hardy bass we need to, I saw you gave me the Overlord title. Thank you. It is a joke title. I want to be perfectly clear. It is a joke title, but it's also a joke title. You know, if you enjoy that title, and I hope that you do, let's make sure nothing really colored here. That's all that really matters. I know, but it sounds cool. That works for me. I guess the bigger reason that it's a joke title is it keeps out of the hair of the Discord bots on the server. I don't have them filtering for the Overlord role or anything. The only thing I wish I could do with the joke title is have it like separated out. But I can't do that unless I turn it into a non-joke role, so I'm kind of at a crossroads on that. I know I'm kind of like just murking fish anywhere I see them, but I know we're still in the process of looking for the hardy fish. I will find the hardy fish. You've got my word on that. Make sure. But how have you been generally, Eru, if you don't mind my asking? It's fine with me having it as a joke role. You're the biggest troll in the class, so it suits you well. Good. All ironed out then. Oh yeah, I'm pretty happy about the YouTube timers. You've actually been great. You had a birthday last Friday? Oh, I would have been... Yeah, I was definitely sitting at my client's house then. Well, happy belated birthday. I wish I could have actually told you a real happy birthday, but the belated one will have to do. No problem, Eru. If and you don't mind my asking, what did you do for your birthday, if anything? Did you, like, go out for dinner or, you know, hang out with friends? I'm not trying to, like, get specific or anything. Like, that part of it's not my business. But I'm merely curious as to what you decided to do for your birthday, if anything. Let me go ahead and whip out the camera here. Oh, is that a treasure chest? Well, I guess we're gonna find some things in the process of hunting for this hardy bass. I guess that's one of the other things I'll say about hunting fish while we're here, is that if you're wanting to find, like, a whole bunch of hidden chests, you will find them by doing this. And they can be very much worth your time. Now, are these are just normal AF bass. Okay. Heck yeah, mine's next week. Oh yeah, yeah, your birthday is coming up, isn't it, Darcy? Well, happy early birthday, to say the least. I suppose I'll have to talk to you about that in private. It's the quarter of a century. You don't have a quarter of a century birthday just any old time of year. You ordered cheesecake from Mom, and you got a lot of money. Ooh. Didn't do anything crazy, but you're celebrating tomorrow? Awesome. Oh, I'm a huge cheesecake enjoyer. Now, I am lactose sensitive / intolerant, but if there's any food, Farron Tower has a small pond directly north of it that holds hardy bass. I could try putting that on the Sheikah sensor, maybe? I could have swore I had that function. Oh no, I wonder if I never got that function. I think I might not have. Seems really weird. Okay, I'll make sure I'm sitting straight for 5 minutes, and we'll go ahead and put that timer back up. I guess we could try looking for Farron Tower, sure. One of the things I do want to do for you guys is make sure I've got the timers for Twitch and YouTube set up. I want to sort of say well, I don't want to. I do genuinely want to say a few less things between breaks, because I know that gets old after a while, and I could spend upwards of 10 minutes talking about things that should realistically take me, like, I don't know, say 2 minutes. So the timers are gonna be there to help me out with that. And yeah, I'll be 30 years old, which is wild. Tell me about it. Gonna celebrate by playing board games with friends and eating Kyotos. Kyotos sounds good. I always gotta try the redeems that I haven't tried, you know? That's totally fair, Eru. That is totally fair. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember the Farron Tower is, like, way down here. One of our quests is down here as well, but, it's gonna be a while before we do that. I'm trying to think of other spots that have the bass. If I had the... Oh, right. Wait a second. It would be creatures, right? Yeah, it would be creatures. It would help if I didn't muck that up. Maybe it's under the camera function? I know Simon talks about this. It may be actually for the best that we go back to the tech lab and go see about that function. I do have the Hateno area unlocked. I could have swore I did this quest, though. I know I did during a previous stream, and it's just mind-boggling that I haven't. Actually, since you're not Japanese, you can call me L, or whatever falls into your mind when you talk to me. L might... I might mix up L with, like, taking an L or something. I'll probably ease into Eru soon enough. If you want me to call you L, I will. It's just gonna take a long time to get used to that. Alright, Simon, talk to me. I know you had this, function on the Sheikah slate. Hey there, the Legend of Zelda fan that plays Roblox. It has been a while. It's been about a week. Good to see you again. Hopefully you enjoy your, stay here, and, hopefully you're well in health in spirit today. Either Eru or Sawyer. You're the boss, you know? I appreciate that latitude. So I guess I have just one question then, just one question for you. Do you prefer your new name or your old name? Because I want to make sure I'm, sorry, I felt something up there and was about to reach to go scratch it. Let's not do that. No comment? Okay, well, since you've changed your name, I'm gonna stick with Eru then. New name? Yeah, I would say so. But, The Legend of Zelda fan, glad you could make it back. We are in the midst of figuring out a troubleshooting error with, the Sheikah slate functions. Because I felt quite confident that, I unlocked the enhanced sensor function for this. But maybe I didn't. Let me check the actual adventure log, because this would be a side quest. Yep. Nope, that's Robbie's. Nope, that's the wrong one. Just kind of reading some stuff over. Ooh, we can talk to Pure about the components. Let's see. Hey, you. Something on your mind? I'm glad you asked. I'll go ahead and read some comments here. Sir, yes, sir. Yep. The Hateno Tower has a plateau called Furley nearby that has a small pond with hardy bass on it. Acknowledged. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this camera function thing, and I'll get right on it. If you bring me some ancient materials that power up your runes. Okay, we have seen this before. Ancient materials. I'll power up a rune. I'm game. Which one? Do you remember the salt shaker? I guess not. I'm trying to draw the hasty milk. See, I hovered over it and it called it a salt shaker. Hasty milk. I think I vaguely remember something along those lines. Why ask? Okay, yeah, Sheikah sensor, please. Yes. 3 ancient screws and a cute snap. I'll pick another one because I want to hear your words on this. How does it change? If you power up the Sheikah sensor, you'll be able to detect the objects you take pictures of with your camera. Oh. Handy, eh? So you're gonna go ahead and power up that old Sheikah sensor, right? Yes, I will go ahead and do that. Also, I can take off this cap. Hooray for that. Or hat. Okay. I actually had to drink milk in a hurry today, and I remembered you talking about it. I'm glad you did. Well, hold on. I've got a redemption for this one. That makes a whole bunch of sense. Where is it? I've got it on my soundboard. Because this is what my mind did when thinking about what you just said. Because yes, I just, my mind went into confusion, thinking of the hasty milk, now that you've explained what it is, and I can't think, that's my brain in math lessons. That was my brain.
Me, not that kind of orc.
Thank you. That was the redemption I was looking for, Darcy. You've read my mind like a book today. I promise the brain fog will be easing up eventually, but this is definitely me on brain fog today. Yeah, my brain's like that in any kind of either like hard stats course beyond like the first one, or it gets like that when I'm dealing in humanities. Like mainly art or sometimes history courses or geography. I especially get gibberish brain when doing that. Brain fog Friday. Foghorn Leghorn would be proud. Not. Makes sense. You always have brain fog, so it's sibling fog telepathy. I'm gonna need you to cure your brain fog then, so that I can stop having it. I'm joking, by the way. Just in case that wasn't obvious. All right, let's upgrade this this Sheikah sensor, shall we? I think the quest temporarily gave me the function, and I forgot you had to go unlock it. I'll take over. Thanks. Thanks, Eru. You're gonna be the brain cell between the three of us. Brain Fog Friday. I'm stealing this. Thank you guys for the company again. This has made my day. Cannot. Fibrofog is permanent debuff. God knew he had to nerf me or I'd be too strong. That is a hell of a nerf, I have to say. Brain fog is a hell of a nerf to have on someone. Yes. We don't just steal memes around here. Let's make sure we cite our sources, please. I need to make a quote board of stuff, you guys. Of stuff we all say together. If your sensor's been augmented to search for things other than shrines, it will react when you are close to the thing you've set it to look for. Head in the direction where the reaction is strongest and you should be able to find the thing you're looking for. This is what I was having such a memory blank on this. I can't believe I forgot that the function resets after dealing with Simon's little quest about the sun shrooms. I knew I was missing something, and this is after playing the game 1.5 times. My little guidance stone did the trick. Hee hee. Am I thirsty? No, but I'm gonna take a drink anyway. Brain Fog Friday, the new replacement of Tumblr's Flat Fuck Friday. What? I'm sorry, what the heck is Flat Friday? I guess why am I censoring myself? I already said it. Seems my demand for fish resulted in improvements then. Apparently! Ooh, the Sheikah Plus, the Censor Plus. Yes, quite. So if you don't mind, how about showing Simon that spiffy Sheikah Censor Plus later? Hello, Simon. Ah, you've acquired the Sheikah Censor Plus. That should really... Yes, I want to know what that means. I'm curious. I have a burning desire to know. If it's too saucy for Twitch, you can put that in the Discord, and that'll totally be fine. Flat Fuck Friday is when we post pictures of absurdly flat images, like that one guy from Space Jam. Oh, so it's literally... I guess the f is just for extra emphasis, huh? Oh, hell nah! Oh my god. Ah. At least it isn't D-Gen Friday. At least not yet. But that you can sense things you've captured with your camera. Explaining it won't do it justice. Why not learn by trying? Let's give it a shot, so to speak. Go take a picture of a sun shroom with the camera. There's one behind the lab. Am I just... I'm literally the victim of self-gaslighting. How does this... How do I mean, I know how you self-gaslight, but, like, come on. I remember doing this. I remember doing this quest. What the heck? I know I'm not going ballistic. Thought Flat Fuck Friday meant fucking flat things out of Friday. Yes, I thought it was gonna be like, you know, riffing on like flat-chested people or something. I thought it was gonna be worse than it was. I am so glad that it's I'm so glad that it's just flat images on a post. We're gonna go ahead and replace the picture. You did the quest to get the sensor, but not the improvement. Ah, okay. F this shit, I'm out. Yep, Everyone's favorite. I need like a censored version of that for a soundboard, thingamabob. Ah, were you able to take a picture? Yes, I'll show you the picture. Coin, you should open the link on your phone. Yeah, send that on Discord, because if I try to open that on the streaming computer, it's not gonna go over real well. Let me go ahead and do this. I promise I don't whip out my phone often on stream, because it takes away from me looking at you guys. Flip that cake, I'm out. Good one. I'm sure there's something on YouTube as well that'll help me in that regard. I could also, you know, record it myself if I felt really up to it. Because I do have some knowledge with audio editing software. A lot of the soundboards are things I had to edit the audio on anyway. Let me test a command here while I'm at it. Oof. I need to not do that.
You're the one who wanted to designate
Thanks.
the appointed night with all the ceremonial pomp, grandeur, and nonsense we could muster.
Screw you guys, I'm going home, I believe is a South Park quote with the same vibe. Good idea. Yeah, that one. Nah, I'm exceedingly frustrated by the present situation. Weird. It worked for you. I just heard it. Looking at this on the Firebot. 1 second. Oh, you were able to hear it though, Darcy? The last time I had someone type something like that in, they said they couldn't hear it, so I want to make sure that I'm not, you know, going screwy up here. Fog brain notwithstanding. Text-to-speech redeeming? Not exactly. It's more like a rotating soundboard, Eru. So if you look in, I believe you're in the Discord. If you look in the soundboard commands channel, it's toward the top of the list. I have 5 commands in there that have audio associated with them. They're Twitch exclusive. I don't have anything like this on YouTube. And they all have a 10-second cooldown, and they're kind of meant to be like the stuff I can't really put on Twitch because Blurp being freeware, it has limitations. Yeah, go ahead and try a random one. Exclamation mark pomp was the one that played earlier, but you can try any of these.
Oh, you must pardon me. I forgot you have no way of making it up to that divine beast on your own.
So, if you type in exclamation mark overtones, you will be able to, I think it should tell you what your overtone amount is. Everyone on Twitch has this secondary currency. It has its own generation rates and everything. I think I also explain it on the soundboard commands channel page. Yeah, I have 5 Rivali quotes in there. I will be adding way more later. But yes, I have the... I'm the one that can't generate overtones because I can just test things willy-nilly, but I pretty much have mods and other administrative people here in the channel generating a ton of points in case they need to test things. Let me see what the going rate for overtones is, actually, while I'm here. So, if you're a moderator, you get 100 every 5 minutes. You get an additional 50 for being online. You get another 5 for being an active user. And then the nice thing I've done with the overtones is I have it set to 1 every 5 minutes while we're all offline. So even if we're not streaming, people could still kind of accumulate like overtones. Make me a mod just so you can get those overtones. I mean, all the overtone commands currently cost 50, so I think that should be plenty unless you're actually spamming the commands. Do you get overtones for VOD watches? I couldn't tell you. They're not an active stream, so I would guess not. But, even just being offline will net you a single point every 5 minutes, with the other rates notwithstanding. If you sub in like your tier 1 or a Prime Gaming sub, I believe you get an extra... You get an extra 50. Yeah, you get 50 extra overtones every 5 minutes. Overtones sound like a pizza topping. I'm glad you think so, because it's actually a specific concept in audio acoustics. Let me go ahead and pull that up for you. So an overtone is a pitch that sounds above the fundamental pitch of a note. It's another term for a harmonic. So I came up with something science-y to call the currency points on the channel. Are they just called overtones? I'm not finding anything about them online. If you just search overtone in Google, you'll get a definition. You should get one. Just don't write in plural. You won't get anything. The title Overlord should give you infinite overtones. Well, 'tis a joke roll for a reason. Yeah, I gotcha. I realize you're joking. Absolutely. Okay, while I'm here, let me go ahead and... So the thing you told me to look at on Discord, Darcy, that was the one related to the Flat Friday thing, right? Or am I? Yes, overtones are a Firebot-specific currency. I thought you were talking about the definition of the word I derived it from. Lots of stuff is in there in the commands page for...
Do you always have to yap?
Well, that isn't the... Yeah, that particular redemption is not the... I just sent the YouTube clip of Cartman for me later. Thanks. Appreciate it. Can we play Breath of the Wild? Sorry, brother. Nice use of that sound. I gotcha. Yeah, I've had enough of hearing, the Hateno clip anyway. Yes, let's do that. Next, open your Hyrule Compendium. Yeah, we did this before. So let's just do this song and dance. Let's get the censor out of the way. So that's gonna be here, and we need to change the censor to the Sun Shroom. Just need to find it.
Find the Albinoric woman.
And that is the namesake of the channel. Or it's one of the namesakes. I too have a joke roll, believe it or not. I am known as the finder of Albinoric women. Albinoric women, excuse me, in the Discord. I thought I would take the administrator's role and have a little bit of fun with it. Back when I was doing challenge runs, things were more... Where is this Sun Shroom at? It's here. Target with sensor. We're doing the quest, and then we'll target the Hardy Bass with the sensor. What the absolute heck is an Albinoric woman? While I'm finding that, Darcy, would you do the honors of posting a link about the Albinorics in the chat? Please and thank you. But, the Albinorics are specifically a generation of homunculi given magical sentience in Elden Ring, using the alchemical powers of a specific strain of silver, I think. Believe it or not, you've never played Elden Ring? No, I could firmly believe that. Souls games are not for everybody. They absolutely are not for everybody. They can be quite the exhausting ordeal. Is that bannable? What, posting a link? I don't think so. Not to my knowledge. I'm pretty sure I don't have... Oh, no, not playing Elden Ring? Nah, that's not bannable. I'm a variety channel. I don't particularly care about that. Nor do I think that... Yeah, God, this has to be a joke. This has to be a bit. Absolutely. Oh, I was misremembering. The Albinoric woman is Latenna. Yeah, that specific quote is in reference to a specific Albinoric woman. We've found the sunshroom. Let's go ahead and take care of this. Latenna is supposed to be the savior of her people, or kind of like a chosen one meant to lead the Albinorics to the promised land, which turns out to be a lie later, but that kind of gets into minor, like, plot spoilers instead of just lore spoilers. When's my birthday? It's in the early week of April the 8th. So mine is a month after Darcy's. And I've already decided what I'm doing for mine, and that is I'm gonna have some paella. Some nice seafood paella. Because I've never had it and would like to have some. I gotta find the recipe for it and everything. Oh yeah, I just remembered there's something else I wanted to talk to you about. Stop by when you have time. No time for paella. See, I looked up, we've been over this. I know. We've been over it. But my mouth has a hard time with that. Paella. My mouth can't like get a grip on it. And also the English, like the UK pronunciation has the double L's in there. Just in case I don't see you in over a month, happy birthday. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna be 33 this year. Oh, I don't want to think about that. 33 in these troubling times? But I just have to take my age in stride, I guess. Gonna have to do my best anyway. 33 is young. Yeah, I grant you that. Do not trust English people to pronounce things correct. Fair. Absolutely fair. We're gonna go ahead and go back to the riverfront area now and start looking for that bass. We need to get 3 of those. 33, ancient. Okay, you're gonna be 30. And that's old. Calling me ancient. I might be the oldest of our friend group, but ancient I am definitely not. Don't worry. This is... me ruffling my feathers this way is similar to, you know, the rabbit from Winnie the Pooh ruffling up his fur and bristling at insults. While the rabbit is actually quite serious when his fur is ruffled up, I'm much less puffed up about it. I don't mean anything by it. It's a bit. We're doing a bit, and a bob, and a weave, and a tuck, and a dodge. 15, so gotta be an old-timer if you're ancient? I suppose 15's getting up there. You got double the amount of time I've got if you're that young, that sprightly. Sure, I'm old, wizened, wizened, 33, ancient, dust-ridden, senile if you remember saying you had brain fog. Yeah. Brain fog in the face. I mean, if 33 is ancient, what's 90 then? Dust? 90 is atomic decay. Forget dust. Atomic decay. Like the atoms struggle to keep themselves together and not just go their separate ways. Right, what am I doing? Sheikah sensor, that's what I'm wanting to do. Change target, please. Would be a creature, and I'm looking for fish. I'm looking for a hardy bass. There we go. Target with sensor. I'll shut it when you can. Oh boy. The age wars are commencing themselves. I'm like Gojo and you're like that old hag with the guitar, brother. What's Gojo? Back in my day. Okay, I'm not gonna keep up that impression, obviously. But I am definitely at the age where I can say that. Gojo Satoru, you don't know him? Domain expansion? No, I don't. I'm not very familiar with that. The name sounds like vaguely familiar, but yes, I'm typically not an anime enjoyer or consumer. Let me go back to where we talked about hardy bass placements. Kind of having to scroll through chat here. Farron Tower has one. Jujutsu Kaisen? Yeah, I definitely don't know that then. Okay, where I know there was like a lake. There was one in Hebra that had that, and then there was I remember a couple of other lakes. I guess I'll try let me try looking for mountains that have lakes on them. Furley Plateau, thank you. I was trying to find that message and struggled to remember. Thanks, appreciate it. Furley Plateau. All right, let me see. Furley. Right over here. Okay, yep, I know where I'm going now. Here's to hoping there's actually hardy bass and we don't have to go over all of Hylia's green earth to find it. Once we do that, I'll go ahead and cook up the fish, and then we'll take the second break for the stream. As a reminder, in case people are not super familiar with my schedule, I normally stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for about 4 hours. Sometimes I stream weekends. Sometimes I take them off, but the guarantee is at least every odd day of the week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Ain't gonna lie, 15 is a golden age. Here I am thinking 21's supposed to be that number. You can pretty much do the same shit that you guys can without any, I wouldn't say any problem, but yeah, fewer problems. There's supposed to be 5 hardy bass there. Okay, I know what I'm looking for then. Greetings, Rasby. Welcome back into the stream, good sir. Hopefully you are doing well in health and spirit today. Hope you enjoy your stay. Wahoo, fish dish, and then back to our regularly scheduled progression. Oh, back from the assassination, I see. What assassination? The client job? Yeah. Oh, that's a joke. I wear a suit and a tie. I do typically wear a suit and a tie. Oh, I think that's a bit soon for that joke. I'm not gonna lie. It seems kind of dark. But I get where you're going with that now. Let me go ahead. I'm pretty much, getting roasted left and right by the mod. Do something, dude. Nah, 25 plus is great. Fully developed frontal lobe. I'm wanting to go over here. Just need to shift that up a bit. Freedom to be an adult, and stable in my sense of self to know what I like and who I am. Teen years were rough. Yeah. The most desired age is 21. I think we should lobby to make that 25, because as Darcy has already said, you know, your frontal lobe is actually fully developed, and you have a better sense of self. You know who you are. You know who you want to do. It's not changing, you know, with the tides or the wind or hormones. Take your pick. I don't need to head this way. There we go. Fun fact, saw a statistic once that according to some polls, the most desired age is 21. I think that's just when, you know, what a lot of people consider adulthood to be, for better or worse. Being a child's kind of goated. I see that everyone has different ideas of what the ideal age for a person is, like what their prime is considered to be, so to speak. I do wonder if that desired age is kind of skewed based on some certain icky people, perhaps. Frontal lobe is overrated, but being able to shower is also nice. I'm gonna do my own thing. It actually doesn't develop fully until the early 30s. Studies now show. Good lord. My frontal lobe prevents me from doing stupid shit like signing student loans. Ain't that the truth? Oh, that would be nice. Can't trust the children to know that older ages are better. They don't have a frame of reference. What if I don't want to be developed? Well, that is certainly a choice. I mean, there's always, you know, early pre-puberty surgery, but typically that's kind of reserved for medical nightmare scenarios. You don't want that to be the case. Yeah, get out of here with that. If you don't want to be developed, probably got to go to a third world country. You'll stay undeveloped, but don't have to put up with being exploited. I'll start streaming like Coin, and then I'll be acting like a child forever. I hope not. You know, I'd like to think I'm pretty mature, but... I probably have my days where I sound more childish than not. And for the record, I'm definitely not a paragon or a beacon of maturity or anything. I definitely want to make sure I'm not marketing myself as like some peerless bastion of adult responsibility. I definitely can do a lot better in a lot of aspects of my life. But if there's anything I like to think that I am sort of practiced on, it's dealing with other people's impatience, other people's hastiness to do this and that. Let me go ahead and put a food mark here so I know to come back to that. We've got the bass. Let's get to cooking. I believe 5 is 2 more than what was asked for. Lamau, as if Coin hasn't had to learn like 90 new skills just to do this. I don't know about 90, but I have had to learn a lot more. A lot more software than I would probably ever know. I've had to learn Firebot. I've had to learn Social Stream Ninja. I've had to learn StreamerBot. I've had to learn art programs, audio engineering programs. I've had to learn a lot to do this, to stream, and to try to do it right, and not just be some guy with a CRTV in the basement streaming, which has its own vibe, and I'm certainly not gonna shame anyone for streaming with a CRT or anything. Lots of people do that. Some speedrunners do that just to prove that the setup they're using is authentic. But if I have the ability to, stream something quality, then I'm gonna do it. I want to provide the best experience I can for all of you guys. I get a huge amount of immense happiness from doing so. Let me make sure I'm not missing statements. I got mature glasses. Thank you. Appreciate it. I do like myself the nice square frames. Oh yeah, kind of good news. You found more reliable ways to deal with executive dysfunction. And by more, I mean more reliable. Good. Good. Executive dysfunction plagues us all. And I definitely know what that feels like. Way more mature than me? Maturity is like mental health, kind of. I really don't think it's a good practice to compare maturity levels. And also, I don't know why I'm running around. The cook pot is literally right there. But yeah, the executive dysfunction plagues us all, and I know what that feels like. So it's always nice to be able to solve that problem. In Norway, they've added Sigma, Skibbity, Riz, and Mewing to the actual word book. What? Okay. Well, I've got to go. See you in another life, brothers. Thanks for stopping by, Eru. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, and see you later. And thank you again for stopping by. Let me go ahead and finish catching up. Way more mature, right? Already read that. 3 unique fish dishes coming up. Use hearty truffles to make them extra good if you want. Okay, sounds good. Language should follow what's used. The language should follow what's used, but I do think there should be some kind of separation between meme language and non-meme language, because Skibbity is meme language. It means, like, kind of specific things, while also still being this miry, kind of murky meme that only some people understand. I barely kind of get what Skibbity means. If you had to define Skibbity in my vocab homework, I'd unalive myself, jokingly. I don't know. I don't know where I sit regarding that. I have tips for executive dysfunction if you want. Wouldn't want to flood the chat with it. Fair. Let me make sure. Not gonna join the Discord? That's totally up to you. That's completely fine. Shrug. Meme language is just slang, and we incorporate slang into language as long as language has existed. That's true. That's definitely true. I thought you were on your way out the door, Eru. What do you call a fake noodle? Impasta. Oh my god. Look, let's see. I don't know. I wish I had. There we go. That's a better applause gag. There we go. Got it. You find the word Skibbity really weird? It's funny to say out loud, but it is weird. Correct. An impasta. It's... Thank you for that eye-rollingly worthy pun, or joke, Eru. Appreciate it. Trivia trial passed. Yeah, speaking of past, I'm way overdue for a break, but fish dishes first. Okay, what do we want to make? It was a corny joke, but it was funny. Take care. Yep. Catch you later, Eru. Thank you again for stopping by. Okay, I guess, do we have any, like, what are our rice and wheat supplies looking like? Okay, we can make a fish pie. Hopefully. Adding that one to my list of bad jokes for the Drow Clown Bard. Cook them fish, then stretch them servos. You should receive a Korok for laughing at that joke. You know, should we measure jokes in the number of Korok seeds they're actually worth? I would. How many yahahas do you think that the joke was worth? I thought it was worth many yahahas, like 3 or 4 of them at least. Okay. Rock salt, goat butter, and then 2 fish. Nope, we're getting into monster elixir parts. Let's not. Hardy bass. We haven't made a fish pie yet. We should add a Korok sound redeem. Oh, I think people would go ballistic if I added one of those. But I should write that down, actually. That's a pretty good idea. I'll have to put an Omega big cooldown on it, though, because that laugh would be annoying if it were available, I would say, more than every 20 seconds. I would be down if the channel points were temporarily Koroks, unless that would get you in trouble with the YouTube vids. Probably not. Not any more than the other audio redemptions would get me in trouble. The issue is just, you know, I don't want people spamming the Korok laugh. Because once or twice is fine. A few more times and it gets pretty grating. If it starts happening like 10 or 20 times every hour, people are going to tune out. So, not legal trouble, probably not quite so much as like algorithmic trouble for having it appear too many times. That's the thing I want to avoid. Okay, so we've made a hearty fish pie. Then we're going to... Oh, I was going to make glazed seafood. But that doesn't work real great with this fish. Spicy peppered seafood. That still doesn't work. Other seafood. Okay. So this is hearty bass. So I think this should give me the meuniere that I'm looking for. I don't know what it's called, but there's specific music in Animal Crossing when something awkward happens that would be kind of funny for certain moments. That might be worth looking up. It could be dishes you've made before, even skewers, just not 3 of the same. Yeah, I'm trying to make sure I've differentiated them. This is just wheat and goat butter. I guess trying to find out if this is going to be the fish dish I'm thinking of, or if it's going to be something else. It's Rossetti's music. That would explain why. We've gone a couple of iterations of Animal Crossing without really hearing from him or in any major capacity, as far as I understand. Ooh, actually, I'm pretty sure this is the first time we've made both the pie and the meuniere. So go ahead and read both. Restores your health and temporarily increases your maximum hearts. A mainstay in any fisherman's home. The crisp crust pairs well with the fishy flavor. I actually wouldn't mind a fish pie, not gonna lie. Restores your, and the meuniere is restores your health and temporarily increases your maximum hearts. Rich butter flanks fresh seafood. The secret ingredient is lots and lots of love. If love were an ingredient, it would be in excess a lot of the time. In New Horizons, you can only see him at the Brewster's Cafe, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I've not played New Horizons. I know it exists, but I've not played it, so I could not tell you much about it. And I think we'll also make the... I want to be efficient and not use too much bass. We've already used like 3 of them just to make the... if love were an ingredient, brother, that's just butter. Because of how common it is and how saturated and fatty it is. For how long will those horizons be considered new? I don't know. You tell me. But if there's any indication of, you know, where retro gaming will be, New Horizons is like a 3DS title, isn't it? Hold on, I gotta look this up, but give it another 10-15 years and maybe stuff like the 3DS will be considered classic gaming. I should let you borrow New Horizons at some point, or maybe Kylie would give you her copy. New Horizons is Switch. It's not the... New Horizons. Is that the one where you... Is that the... Sorry, I'm really experiencing fog badly right now. That's the one where you settle an island, isn't it? It's like the Animal Crossing Switch game. I'm not like thinking myself out of it, right? Nah, because butter makes everything good. Debatable, but yeah, butter is useful in cooking to say the least. Also, we won't get a new Animal Crossing game for a while, probably. Yeah, I would definitely expect to wait a while on it. We have the Switch 2. There'll probably be one for the Switch 2 after some time has passed. New Horizons is Switch? Okay, good. One thing no one mentions about being an adult is how much time you debate yourself over keeping a cardboard box because it's a really good box. You know what? Who said you could be that accurate? Yeah, that is one thing you do spend your time you know, you spend a more significant chunk of time being an adult doing is thinking about containers. What makes a good container a good container? OMG, yes, you do that constantly. New Horizons is where you can terraform your island. Okay, yep. It's the only Switch title. You're just pissed they stopped doing any updates for New Horizons. After the DLC, there was a few and then nothing. No doubt they're working on the next game, and they're timing it so it comes out right when the second Switch will be coming out. That's my thought process anyway. I've forgotten what it is I'm cooking. Let me fix that. A good box is just free organizing supplies? Too true. That sounds like a nice company name, The Good Box. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if there were actually a company name based on The Good Box. Maybe not exactly lined up. I know what I'm missing. It's milk. I don't have any milk. It's the one thing I don't have. Do I do it, my senators and inductees? Do I go to the store, get some milk, and then never come back. Could do that. I guess I'll just make some seafood rice balls and be happy. And get this third fish item out of the way. Let me go ahead and catch up on chat here. Well, let's also make sure I'm not missing out on YouTube here. It could do some really morally questionable stuff in order to be ironic. Yeah, that would be the kicker, wouldn't it? Thing is, they could have made one or two more DLC that would have sold well and then just kept up with minor updates, like adding color swatches. Yeah, like maybe there's something happening behind the scenes. I know gaming has kind of taken a really dour downtick lately. Lots of companies eating up funds, or running out of money, or not wanting to spend money on new projects. There's a whole bunch of really bad things happening in the gaming sphere right now. It's not even funny. Maybe there's some other reason for why the companies are not that particular company is not rolling out future updates for the game. Your friend's dad did that? Oh, go out to the store and get the milk? Yeah, he will be back? Good. I guess going to get the milk and then disappearing only happens with cow's milk, because you go get almond milk all the time and come back. Yeah, I too get almond milk and I come back. Or rather, someone else brings the almond milk to me. I mean, isn't that a... Hold on. Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I generally know what that particular sentence means, but typically that's like a bad marriage situation, right? I don't know. Maybe there's no right way to answer that. You kind of hope that they walk out at the same time. You hope they don't. It sounds like I really put my foot in it if you're laughing this hard, though. Let me read the previous response. If the next Animal Crossing has microtransactions, you're quitting the franchise? Same. Hope that doesn't happen. It's just a funny sort of deadpan response. Yeah, I definitely feel like a deer in the headlights. I definitely feel like I'm a deer in the headlights. It's like sarcastic, because the point is that he doesn't come back. Right. And it's naive to think that he will. And engaging with it as a regular statement caught you off guard. Yeah, that's a coin classic, I'm afraid. I wasn't aware, or not that I wasn't aware. My brain just wasn't thinking about it in the terms of, yes, classic, like, deadpan remark on traditional relationships. I'm definitely in taking things literally mode right now, and I'm not quite exactly sure why. Listen, I do literally have that part of the tism is active today. Well, it wouldn't be funny if you would have taken it the way I expected it. Fair. There are two kinds of funny in this world. There is you either make the funny actively, or you make it passively by doing what I'm doing. I pretty squarely fall in that second half of the spectrum. Okay, I need to figure out what I'm going to drink, because I am low on beverage from lunch. And also there's the matter of getting the shill out of the way, because I don't have the timers set up to do that. So I'm going to go ahead and do that here. I believe that does... I did the rice balls, the fish pie, and the meuniere. So I'm pretty sure that takes care of the 3 fish dishes. I think that request is satisfied. That's okay. You have the tism too. I have the kind where you consistently say sorry to inanimate objects. Fair. Outside of, following the Twitch channel if you hadn't done so already for the sweet, sweet emotes, or, if you guys are on YouTube, subscribe to the YouTube channel. I do have financial benefits packages available for you. For you guys on YouTube, I recommend Patreon or Coffee. Those are the ways to get those packages on the cheap for $2 per month. Or you can always just send a one-off donation. You don't get anything for that, but it's kind of similar to donating to your favorite streamer. I, of course, appreciate any and all forms of financial contribution. Please note that they are never required. I will do this until I quite literally cannot. That time may be coming sooner than we all think. Certain geopolitical events notwithstanding. For you guys on Twitch, I'm going to recommend a Tier 1 subscription. It gives Bezos the fewest bucks possible while getting you the most bang for your buck. You get double channel point generation. You get double quantity on counted votes. You get increased priority on multiplayer games. If you're a content creator, I'm also more likely to collaborate with you at this level of financial compensation. All kinds of other benefits, both Discord derived and non-Discord derived. Tier 1 is just the best bang for your buck. Of course, it should probably go without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you watch a bunch of Twitch streamers like I do sometimes, you may also want to consider Twitch Turbo. I believe it's $16 a month. It may be $14 a month. It's somewhere in that ballpark. If all you care about is cutting out the ads, the Twitch Turbo experience will do that for you. I don't recommend it, though. I definitely recommend using your free Prime Gaming and or Tier 1 sub for this. Promise that you're going to save more money that way. Anyway, now that I've made my aside that I need to make, I'm going to go ahead and answer this real quick, and then we're going to take that break. Your autism makes people at work constantly surprised at the simple things you have no idea how to do, while simultaneously single-handedly keeping a lot of the core stuff running. I don't know much about the second half of that sentence, but I definitely feel you on the first half of that sentence. I'll say it like that. Prodigy but can't cook eggs. Exactly. I know how to cook. I know my sciences. I know some math. And I know generally how to deal with people, as long as we're being straightforward and honest about it. But, well, when we get to things like doing taxes, that's where I definitely fall short. And it's kind of the thing that, you kind of should know how to do if you're not paying people to do taxes for you. It's the sort of thing that many of my peers that are a generation older than me would say, come on, man, you should know this stuff. It's important. My deficit is pretty... Yes, clearly the English language is also a problem, since I have trouble with paella. I'm gonna butcher it 5 ways to Sunday until I get it correct. I'm pretty sure I might have also triggered some earworms in people's minds. Yes, I'm gonna read all the remaining sentences when I come back. I gotta go look up the pronunciation.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
I'm gonna take the break before this drags out too much longer. See you guys after 3 minutes. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, man. Nature had me on the waiting line. You know, those call waiting room, like they put you on the timer? Yeah, not a fun time on the porcelain throne, but I'm glad to be back. Oh, let me turn that timer off. There's no timer happening right now. There we go. Yeah, sometimes it's just another day at the office, and then there are other times where sitting on the porcelain throne takes me 10 minutes plus. Let me go ahead and catch back up on chat, and I probably should read these in reverse order just in case. Unrelated, you've been through some real shit today. I'm sorry to hear. I'm sorry that you're going through that. Had some health issue and had to get into some treatment. I'm sorry. Coin, slow down. Read. Had some health issues and had to get some treatment. But you've been in immense suffering for a long time. Hopefully you get to feeling better with the treatments in and everything. That really sucks. I'm sorry you experienced that. Hey there, bear type. Welcome back. Glad you could return. You probably, let's see, did you reply in YouTube first? No, you just came right over here to Twitch. Okay. The treatment is really painful. Sometimes that is the best medicine. It's often painful. Either way, you do feel better? Good. Good. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad that you're feeling better. That's the important part. Otherwise, the medical treatment was meaningless, right? But glad you could make it back, bear type. Hopefully you enjoy the remainder of your stay. But I am like when you are on ice and somewhere downhill, you have to juggle things to not slip and fall. I'm trying to make sure... Oh, so did you, like... Goodness. That sounds like you had a physical injury then. Yikes. Or maybe this is a metaphor for something. Not quite sure which one it is yet. Let me go ahead and read statements in reverse order. Some of these I don't need to read. Why do you always come back to Zora when you pause the game? This time I happen to be here to do a channel redemption. Darcy redeemed me to go to catch some hardy bass and make some food. 3 different fish dishes, and the Zora just happened to always have a working cook pot. Like, it's shaded, it's under a roof, I know right where it is. All that fun stuff. So that's why we're here. And it's a timing thing, promise. I obviously failed in not making it before the timer. I try to be good about that, but I don't always, I don't always do that. Let's see. Only a few more statements. These ones I need to read forward to back. Coin to chat is like a mom in a grocery store seeing her friend Prepare to be there for the next 7 to 10 business hours. I am a chatterbox. I am a chatterbox. And I'd like to think of that as a good thing, but it does prevent me from doing what I need to do sometimes. Not gonna lie. I have to be better about shutting up more often. Hey, at least I don't feel alone when coin takes longer to prepare and start the break than the break itself. I know. Classic coin. And yeah, I can be quite the workaholic. That is certainly true. Okay, read the messages. I read the important points of all of them, I'm pretty sure. Let's go ahead and return back to the actual thing we're trying to actually do today, which is get these gosh darn Korok seeds. I'm wanting to go over here. Let's go over here. That's the closest one. One could argue that the break has its own break in form of the pre-break time. 349 bear type. That's the total number of Korok seeds we've obtained throughout the course of our playthrough. And I think we have like maybe 300 of them, maybe 280 something in inventory. Yeah, look, I'm trying to get better about, you know, actually taking the break. One of the things I'm going to attempt to rectify by the time Monday rolls around is getting some timers put out so I can say less and just do what I have to do and trust the timers are going to be there to help me out. These would be things I set up in Firebot or StreamerBot and so on and so forth. They're not substitutes. I'll still kind of like make sure I explain the things I need to, but I want to try to get better about, you know, just saying less less frivolous things / not repeating myself 10,000 times per stream. Sorry. I had to spray an aerosol in the restroom that I was sitting on the porcelain throne in, and I'm pretty sure my eyes got a unhealthy dose of the aerosol, so they're a little bit itchy. Yay. It's just so funny to me that there's this is bear type saying this, there are over 450 Korok that are just to get a poop from Hestu? I suppose so. Like I said, it's another reason why I don't really recommend the... Okay, we've already made the ones here at the Almond Knolls. This was the thing I was trying to, like, work toward. The best experience I think I can recommend for Breath of the Wild is just not getting all the Koroks. That poop is there for the devs to signal, please don't get them all. You're not supposed to do that. Go touch grass. If the devs could make it more plain though. Will you go for the pics? I think you get a letter or something. Letter? Oh, are you talking about the compendium? Yeah, I do plan on getting all the compendium snaps. Also, thank you for saying that. That reminded me I need to set the Sheikah sensor back to the shrines. Yeah, I plan on getting all the compendium snaps. It's just a lot of the things in the game are more or less the same once you get to about this point. It's really only specific new areas like, I don't know, say Eldin, or you get to the jungles of you know, Farron? Yeah, Farron, there we go. Or the deserts of Gerudo, where we expect new things. We're kind of in the game where it's all... We're at that point in the game where it's all kind of samey at the moment. It feels like there's 900 Koroks just so you don't need to find 450 in random places because it will be too hard. Maybe. Well, there are clumps of trees that we could sort of use to guide ourselves toward the next Koroks. That's probably one of the big reasons. Play the game where you want. Yeah, I'd say so. It would be... How do I word this? I guess in terms of, like, Koroks, right? And the fact of, oh, well, they designed it so that you wouldn't have to, you know, get them all. You're not supposed to get them all. It would be nice if the game actually said this in more direct terms. I think people could seriously use that sometimes. Really? Alright. I'm gonna... You went and made things personal. You're getting a club over the head. Good night, Sir Bokoblin. Stal Bokoblin. Gonna be less responsive. Started a match of HOTS. Oh, is that Heroes of the Storm? Is that the particular one? If so, that's cool. I'm glad that game is still functioning. I kind of figured it was abandonware, but if not, and it's something else, I guess it's also fine. Oh boy. Yeah, I better take off that stuff right now. In situations like these, we just have to use bombs. Let's just detonate that one. They're like, you shouldn't get all of them, but here's some poo. Sorry, a gift from Hestu. Oh, they don't want to waste your time. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have coated the 900 Korok seeds. They wouldn't have even coated one of them. I guess Nintendo and a lot of these other Japanese companies tend to take the kitchen sink approach when it comes to, you know, action adventure slash, like JRPGs, which I think is cool. And by the kitchen sink approach, I just mean put in a lot of good features to a game. Dark Cloud 2, or Dark Chronicles as it's known in Europe, is probably a good example of a game that, I want to make this quick, because there's still lightning around everywhere. It's a good example of a game where they've added things like, I don't know, the Sphida mechanic, where it's essentially golf, but for an RPG, or, you know, the fishing minigame, or so like photo mode for like the main mechanical meat of the game, things like that. Things that aren't strictly necessary in an action adventure title with RPG mechanics, but they're things that were added anyway. I happen to like the kitchen sink approach. Another example of a game also by the same company, Level 5, is Ni no Kuni, Wrath of the White Witch. That's also a game where very much the approach is put a bunch of stuff in it because depth is good, and having a lot of options to space out your grinding is good. I feel like the Korok seeds were an attempt to fill out this world of Hyrule, and they just were not the best. I don't know why. I just walked all the way back here. I definitely did not want to do that. But the reward for getting the Koroks is less fulfilling than, you know, the Sphida or the fishing minigame, or, you know, I guess in Ni no Kuni, it would be something like the creature battling system, which is essentially is like a modified form of Pokemon in a JRPG like environment. All those things are cool, but those things are also more fulfilling, and have more mechanical depth than find random Korok in the wilderness, collect a certain number of them, get a thing. I see, you're over here. I'll get you yet, fairy light. Okay, I need to check my phone real quick. I'm expecting a communique from my sibling that may or may not have already arrived. Give me 1 second. Okay. That wasn't what my phone was dinging for. We're good. Honestly, if there were... Let me put it this way. And I think this might kind of be succinctly how I feel about the Korok seeds. Apart from just, it's not worth it to get all 900 of them. If they had did something similar with the Korok trials, but they turned it into more of a, this is an instance in the world where we're gonna put you through a mini game, right? And there's like there's specific mini games stationed throughout the world of Hyrule that are more obvious than pick up a freaking rock from the top of a random tree in the wilderness. If they were actually notable areas for which to have the Korok trials, or some version of them where you get Korok seeds and a certain number of them as a reward, I think that would be a lot better than find random Korok in the wilderness, either by catching fairy lights, which is what we just did, or shooting random acorns, or things of that nature. Honestly, the closest thing I could think of in that regard, without changing too much of the game, if I were dev for it, I would have said, hey, is there any way we could maybe take the balloon shooting mini games or balloon shooting Korok puzzles and or the floating through rings puzzle with paragliders or shield surfing, and turn that into a full-blown Korok experience. Make them a bigger fixture of the world while reducing their overall number at the same time. I think that would have given the best of... It would have filled out the world without necessarily just padding game time for the sake of padding game time. I think that's what the net effect of the Korok seeds actually is to pad out the game time. Which is fine. At least it's optional. You don't have to do it. Hello. Yes, I see you out there. At least yeah, I believe we're good here. We can... Oh, also, we don't need to be equipping that. Let's grab our equipment. We're gonna need it. Because horse-mounted bokoblins are not a fun experience. Kind of. Okay, that's one. The second one has remounted their horse. It's much less good. Okay, come on. Come this way then, Sir Bokoblin. Get off that horse. Ow. Yeah, that freaking hurt. 964, we'll eat the fish pie. tisk, Sir Bokoblin. Okay, so it's this one over here. Ah, this one's one of the more interesting puzzles. So we need to do a stasis check and look for rocks somewhere. I've returned from the war. Welcome back, Darcy. Welcome back. Just in time. We are back to completing the various puzzles around Hyrule looking for Koroks. We're filling out kind of like the rest of the western sections of the Great Hyrule Forest area and things like that. We're like skirting over the edge, like the edges of the Hyrule Plains. We've not quite made it to Bantha yet, but we will soon. Yes, now with some good freaking food, which I did just have to pop. I had to pop one of those, because there were mounted black bokoblins with relatively decent spear work that got me pretty good. I did have to use one of them, but at least we have it. Where's our next Korok seed? I think it's over there in that patch of trees somewhere. Thanks again for redeeming that that action. I am thankful. I would have forged ahead, but it is nice to have the food. I'd been meaning to do some prep work off camera, but I would have actually taken my Switch with me to my client's house if I had had the opportunity, but I never got that opportunity. Could use that or good soup as an audio redeem. I redeem when you eat exclusively awful food, like a single apple. Yeah, that is gonna get the redemption. I just that's an awful waste of a shock arrow. Awful waste. How is sometimes you must be reminded that food is in fact better than eating 6 wheels of cheese Skyrim style, but 6 wheels of cheese are funny. The cheese is at least funny when it's happening. But I do agree with you. In this game's case, you want to be eating cooked food. I don't know. I wish I could eat 6 wheels of cheese Skyrim style. I wish I could eat cheese without being in pain, period. Okay, gonna focus for a hot second. Wow, nice missed coin. And last one, which I know blinks out over here. Food is better than eating 6 wheels of cheese, Skyrim style. LOL. Coin is lactose intolerant. Weak genetics. Wait, we share genetics. Shit. Yeah, you and I are gonna have a rough time in a food famine, I'm afraid. Without, extra help. I hear that, making almond milk or any kind of nut or oat milk is quite difficult without, factory assistance. You're also lactose intolerant? If I could place you on a if I could place your genetics on a dartboard, Razby, and then place our genetics on the same dartboard, and I were to throw 3 darts, I did not think I would hit the lottery of all 3 of us sharing the lactose intolerance. Yeah, that's a mild. That's a uncanny coincidence. Joke's on you. Without my gallbladder, I was always gonna have a bad time in the famine. Yikes! That's too true. Yeah, I think more people are lactose intolerant than aren't. Yes, actually, lactose intolerance is considered the natural wild phenotype among humans, and only once we started cultivating animal milk and drinking it en masse did some humans get the genetic disposition toward being able to keep and put down milk. Depending on, the next, I'd say, 5 to 10 years, we may start to see the effects of what happens when there is a mass shuffling around of what kinds of chemicals are in food. Geopolitical rippling notwithstanding. Actually, almost all the doctors you've told about the lactase pills you take, did not know what those are, and it was the first time they learned about that? Really? That's odd. Also, making nut milk is easy. Soak nut or oat of choice, drain, add the raw soaked nut or oat to a blender with water, strain the pulp, add sweetener if desired. Really? Maybe I should look up a recipe. I get the feeling I'm gonna need to have it on hand in the dark times ahead. I feel a very tingly feeling when I read or hear the word pulp. Oh. Oops, I should not have said that out loud. Is it like hearing the word moist? Is it like a icky sensation? Or is it more like just weird? If you don't mind my asking of clarification. Okay. Now that I know, I will refrain from adding to the thing about pulp. Eye roll. As a longtime doctor fighter, most of them seem to not know all that much about medicine. Even though I was not I wasn't studying to be a doctor, when I was in school trying to get my bachelor's in cellular biology, there's a surprising amount of medicine I had to study. It's always amazing to me that they stuff so much knowledge, so much required knowledge in people's heads when it comes to being a doctor or being a medical official, and just the amount of knowledge that just seeps into the background and is forgotten is just breathtaking. Absolutely breathtaking, and not for good reasons either, I might add. And yes, pulp is nasty. I did it again. Sorry, bad habit of reading messages out loud. Who wants to freaking chew their beverage? Ugh. Oh, that sounds weird. I'm getting like... Ick. Might be a Romanian thing, the lactase, pills. No, I think I recall hearing... It's not a very common thing in the U.S., from what I understand, but... Then again, my lactose intolerance sort of went under the radar, so maybe if it were on the radar properly, I probably would be on some kind of, lactase chew, or some, typically it's mixed into formula and stuff. I'm not saying to discount all modern medicine. I'm saying that you shouldn't take one doctor's opinion as fact. Yeah, exactly. If you feel that something is wrong with your body or that your doctor doesn't know what they need in order to treat you properly, get a second opinion. Yep. You deserve quality treatment. Change doctors. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Orange juice with the bits is probably going to be in my version of hell. Ugh. Just going to take one doctor's opinion as fact. Kappa. You do you. If you want to play Russian roulette with your health, go right ahead. Kappa. Lactase pills are more common on the West Coast. It's not a prescription. Ah, okay. It's an over-the-counter medicine you take before ingesting dairy. I should probably look around and see if there's something like that available. That would be nice to have on hand. Would it be Romanian roulette? Can be if you want it to be. I don't know. Is Romanian roulette any different other than ownership? Also, while I'm thinking about it, this is why I was here, by the way. These lovely chaps. We're gonna save before we fight. And I'm gonna... This is more for Darcy's benefit than anyone else's. Actually, should probably just type it. Where is it? I have it. I have the command around here somewhere. There we go. So the Darcy ! Mod boss is the same version of ! Boss that you know about, but it's not personalized. Mod boss is for like administrative purposes, whereas anybody can feel free to type in ! Boss and get the get something a little more personalized for them. Oh, hurt dirt. Okay, yes, Walmart sells a generic. It's nice for having ice cream. I should consider keeping an eye on that. Ooh, gonna test the Lionel trick? Maybe. I have to make sure... what kind is it? Didn't see. It's blue. Romanian roulette would probably require you to take a pure alcohol shot instead of a revolver shot. I need to keep myself in position. I will trust this preset message highly. Trusted as fact. What Lionel trick? Apparently you can, if you don't have anything in your hands, you can kind of like hello. Yes, I see you over there. But you can walk up to a Lionel squarely without attacking for a bit. Alright, let's try it. I'm gonna keep myself kind of firmly in the crosshairs. I want to kind of wait, though, if I'm going to show this off. And by that, I mostly just mean I want to make sure I'm not like, messing it up. Although I can get pretty close, just like this. Gotcha. Yeah, I figured it was too close. At least to show the trick. Because there should have been a different reaction. Also, let's switch up to use one of the 3-shot bows. I don't believe you can parry the jump attacks. Oh, got him. Okay, let me go back and read all these now that I can do that. You can with a shield, apparently? Interesting. But that timing probably has to be pretty exact, too. Could be good in the fight near the Zora with the shock arrows. Right, yeah. Lionel are very intelligent and are semi-humanoid. They acknowledge the walking up to them without your weapons drawn, and will respond in kind, waiting for both of you to be ready for a fight for a time. Thank you for the compliments. Yeah, the spear attacks are kind of hard to perfect dodge. The club ones are worse, though, by far. I like using the Lionel breath to get an updraft from the grass and land on their back. Yeah, that is something you can do. I also just showed that off to demonstrate that you can, aim with a bow. You can use that to get bow attacks in. Saves the stamina. Bear type asks, can you parry when he's doing the air jump attack? Which I think I commented on. Yeah, I commented on that right before I got the killing blow. And then the rest on that is kind of history. GG, got him. Thank you. Appreciate it. I find the club ones easier, but the mid-range spear pisses me off. I guess some of the club attacks are fine. It's because the Lionels that use clubs actually have AoE explosions with their attacks. And those are kind of difficult to dodge if you aren't paying attention. The updraft is nice because the bow attack is slowed and easier to aim. Let me get that spear. I believe we broke a weapon as well. The weight and cutting edge of this Lionel-made spear have both been enhanced. It's immensely heavy for a Hylian, but a Lionel can cleave through rock with a single swing. Apparently all Lionel attacks are parryable. What a poor pick of that spear. Handle only. Hey, it works. It works for the compendium. And that's what I care about. We're going to go ahead and put a mark right here so we know there's an enemy there. And then I'm pretty sure our next Korok seed's in this ruin somewhere. That's nice. I'm willing to bet the timing on the jumping stabs from the Lionels are really specific. Like, you'd have to watch a video and practice like 10,000 times to get the timing down. Something along those lines. Pretty compendium challenge. Must have clear and nicely visible photos by whatever means necessary. I'm not taking that one on, but that is a challenge you could take. Also, I have found the Korok seed. I've found the acorn. And just think, acorns used to sometimes be stamped on Magic the Gathering cards. They're called acorn cards. Pretty neat, if I do say so myself. Too bad most acorn cards are not legal in any format outside of like kitchen table Magic the Gathering. Sorry, I'm a huge Magic the Gathering nerd. I quite enjoy the card game. I play it pretty consistently on a computer as well. I quite enjoy the complexity of the card game. Making sure I'm not missing communiques. There are quite a few photos that are one-time only, meaning once the enemy is dead or that item is gathered, it's impossible to get organically again, must be purchased. Yeah, a lot of the enemies, if you don't kill if you kill too many of them before taking a photo, you lose access to them. Lionels are a pretty good example of this, where like by the time you remember to take a snap of the Lionel, they might already be in blue skin, and that gets to be quite that gets to be quite rough. Oh, you mean like for bosses? Yeah, I figured that's probably where you were going with that, but still, I thought I would use that statement to bring up the fact you can organically miss those photos as well. Each of the 4 champion bosses are one time as well. Don't you get a chance to snap them during the second DLC? Correct me if I'm wrong, but... Speaking of, we're going to play Magic the Gathering tomorrow with friends. Cannot wait to lose to my friends. Yeah, especially the people who bring cracked power level 4 decks or bracket 4 decks. Yeah, I expect to lose to those. All the precons are at a solid champion bracket 2, and I would argue my Bant Mill also kind of squarely falls somewhere between 2 and 3. I suppose, yeah. If you're just playing main game, though, it's once or gone. Fair. So I'm happy to have the DLC then. Because I don't think I've missed... I don't think I've missed... all the... any boss snaps so far? Actually, yes, I have. By virtue of looking at this, here's Wind Blight. I've missed the Water Blight, Ganon. I was so focused on killing it quickly, I totally forgot to get the snap of it. I'm gonna spend time tomorrow looking at editing your precons. I would probably make sure you look at the, like, bracket rules for, commander decks. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of the newer decks are going, or a lot of people's newer constructions are going to follow that rule set. There are certain things that are not allowed at certain commander brackets. For example, if you aren't at commander bracket 3 or higher, you're not allowed extra turn spells. Supposedly, you're not allowed extra turn spells. You're not allowed to have tutors. You're also not allowed to have mass land destruction. Pretty much anything that isn't CEDH quality or higher. you shouldn't be using land destruction for. Non-basic land hate gets a little weird, but like Armageddon or Fall of the Thran or things like that are not permissible at certain brackets. So it's stuff like that. That whole collection of bracket rules was like a collaborative effort, as far as I'm aware, between the old Commander Rules Committee and Wizards of the Coast official branch. It was a collaboration between both parties, so a lot of the recommendations came from the old Commander Rules Commission folks, as well as some of the new onboards they had prior to the dissolution of the Commander Rules Committee. Let me go back and check messages here. We're going to be way more casual than that. Yeah, I'm aware. And we have a couple people that don't really want to subscribe to the power bracket rules, which I guess are fine. I mean, heck, I didn't even subscribe to the old ban list rules beforehand because all we have are precons and things we've proxied. We're going to have some very amateur players as well. Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair. I don't know if I would call myself an expert in Magic the Gathering or anything like that. I would say I'm more of an intermediate player. I'm aware of some... I'll read that Discord message in just a second. I know enough about certain rules that I know how the interactions between cards work, but in terms of, like, combos, I'm not a very combo-oriented person. I could think of, like, subtle or perhaps obvious 2 or 3 card combos in Black. Hello, boys. You want to have some fun? What a bunch of punks. Tell you what. At least they're dead now, or re-dead even. Speaking of which, are there re-deads in Tears of the Kingdom? I heard there were re-deads in Tears of the Kingdom, and if there are re-deads in Tears of the Kingdom, I am gonna be a very unhappy camper. There are, yikes. But I guess nothing, they aren't called that and they don't look the same. Cool. At least they aren't the Wind Waker re-deads. Those are by far the worst ones. I won't be too freaked. Next Koroks seed is here. Yes, Keith, I can see you, and yes, I know you're coming, but you may not want to be so excited to come over this way. I've got a bow and an arrow with your name on it. What was I saying? Right. The Wind Waker re-deads are the kinds of thing, are one of the few cel-shaded anything that, leave me freaking out. They're one of the few things that are actual legitimate nightmare fuel for me. Outside of, like, actual horror game material. The wiki says they technically aren't the same. They aren't technically the same. Very similar, but without the paralyzing cry. No doubt. Because the paralyzing cry is sort of what makes the... sort of what gives the re-deads, or the stand-ins for them, that horror-driven element, and I need to use a wooden weapon right now, or I'm gonna die. Still creepy as hell, though, I can imagine. Hopefully creepy in a more atmospheric way, whereas the Wind Waker re-deads are definitely meant to be, and Ocarina of Time re-deads as well, were meant to be unsettling. unsettling all on their own, honestly. If there's anything that I think would really drive up a game's rating, it would definitely have been the Ocarina of Time redeads. I have zero clue, and I'm just kind of like ranting about things that I sort of find really quite striking. I do not know how you managed to slip that by, you know, the ESRB detection. I'm completely baffled by it. Can I don't think I can pop this with a bomb, but I'm gonna try. I can! Cool! I never thought to try that. They're creepy because when you first encounter them, there's a lot of reduced visibility, and children of the corn ass mist but sand. What? I think I get what you're driving at, but it's a very strange turn of phrase. Anakin would have hated it. I can imagine. It's probably got the same vibes as like there's an area in Children of the Corn looking sand. Corn ass mist though. I'm gonna remember that one. There's an area in the Elden Ring DLC where you have like reduced visibility and things can come out of the mists to get you. Torrent won't even ride through that area. Like you can't even ride your horse through that. That's how much of a scare FromSoft wanted this particular area to be. I forget its name. I've not played through the DLC, but I know what it is. It's definitely Horse Valley 2.0. Oh, and while we're on the subject of horses and valleys, sorry, there was a siren. I wanted to make sure it wasn't, you know, stopping at the house or anything. Oh, and there's also a constant threat of lightning, I can imagine. And when you say reduced visibility, you mean you can't see more than 20, 30 feet away? I'll bet. Yeah, that sounds like a rough time. Okay, I think I see where our next Korok seed is on this map. Let's start heading that way. For those of you not in the know, have never played Elden Ring, have never played a Soulsborne game in your entire life, there is a special area in the Dark Souls 2 DLC, and I do see Dinral over there. Okay, good. We just need to keep passing by this place. Really? Really, gents? Alright, alright. Bomb time. That's one. Man, you guys could have picked like couldn't have picked a worse time. Nice. That just knocked off all of my extra health. Hold on, I need to concentrate. Cool. Okay, crisis averted. Let me finish reading this. And in the desert, Gerudo ass sand mist can't enter the effing town BS. Coin is under HP'd for the stuff he fights because he absolutely speed ran stamina wheels. I'm sorry. I like having 2 wheels of stamina when I am progressing through this game. Because I don't think you can do that much on 1 wheel. You need at least 2 wheels to comfortably climb things without swapping gear back and forth. every which way. But I've seen people just, you know, never get a lick of heart containers anywhere. And if they can do it, so can I. Do more shrines, you namby-pamby tarnished. Oh, man. Where is it?
These namby-pamby tarnished. These namby-pamby tarnished.
Ah. Yes, you would say that. I could not be any happier about these soundboard redemptions / the soundboard panel I have attached here. I think that's probably the best thing that I could have done with my stream for a long time. I had kind of a soundboard in like the middle years of my streams, but never. How do I word this? It was never quite to the same extent as they are now. I have a lot more soundboard related things than ever before. Okay, I'm looking for something Korok related. I'm gonna guess it's an acorn again. Nothing you love more than memeing on my sibling. Fair. Don't you dare swallow that choo-choo jelly, please and thank you. Okay, so this one here, what am I looking for? Are you serious? Okay, I could show this on the map. It's kind of hard to see, but I'm gonna put the cursor out of the way. You see these 3 diagonal lines? It's easiest to lock in. You know, lock in on the middle diagonal line. We gotta come back here with a horse. This is another ride the fences puzzle, which we have the horse. We can do that, but this is absolute malarkey. Oh, hey, Rowan Plain. Yeah. I wasn't going to say anything, but yes, you are on the map, Mr. Rowan Darcy. By the way, can you change the plain jelly's element by using an arrow or wand of another element? No, you can change the jelly, but you can't change, star this. Sure, I can do that. Oh, you want me to star the name? Okay, yep. No, I got it. That took me a second to fire on the cylinders. Starred. Now, where's the next Korok? Because once I've circled back to the Solari Hill, I will probably take a horse out this way and come back and get this. Oh, you know what? Speak of the devil, and they will probably appear. Is this correct? Yeah, I think so if I keep walking this way. Choo-choo jelly uses when thrown or fired from an arrow. The choo-choo jelly will burst into a splash of flame-dousing water upon impact. It can also change its elemental properties when struck by different elements such as fire, ice, and electricity. I've not found a really clear use for the elemental choo-choo jelly, though. I know it is... If I go and look at my ingredient metadata, colored jelly is specifically level 2. It's quite fitting that choo-choo jelly does not make any high-quality elixirs. The best you get is the middling stuff. Some armor parts need them for upgrades. I wouldn't be surprised. We will find another great fairy eventually, but it won't be at least for a little bit. Again, we kind of need to make it to Hebra to even get, I want to say Great Fairy is nestled maybe somewhere in one of these mountain ranges. I forget exactly which section of the Heber Mountains, but I'm pretty sure there's one out that way. Maybe I'm misremembering mountain ranges, though. Soldier set level 1 needs choo-choo jelly? Well, good thing we have plenty of it then. Doggo! I can't pet you though. It's so unfortunate. Yeah, I think there might be a couple of other sets that need choo-choo jelly, but I know the soldier set is a guarantee. Wow, the time really does fly when you're having fun, huh? I just realized what time it is. We still have some time, don't worry, but I was so deadlocked on playing the game that I totally didn't even realize what time it is. I really do want to thank everybody for hanging out with me again. It's been nice to come back to this. The client job was important, but I definitely did miss doing this. You guys have been a godsend today. Thank you. Desert Vow, Snow Quill, and Rubber. Oh, that's probably at least, what, 20? Sorry, I hope nobody heard a sneeze there. Ugh. Yeah, that's at least 20 dollops of choo-choo jelly. Time flies when you're having fun. I definitely enjoy streaming. For tiers 1 and 2 on most of them, glad to have me back. Thanks. Missed having your streams to watch. The VODs help keep me focused on schoolwork. Speaking of schoolwork, PowerPoint, how's that coming along? I presume you've probably been working on it intermittently while we've been discussing things. My theory is that the Leviathans of ancient times went extinct due to an extended ice age. My theory is that the Leviathans of ancient times went extinct due to a violent volcanic eruption. ... No comment? Time flies when you're having fun, as they all say. Boy, isn't that sentence the most truest for both of us. My theory is that the Leviathans of ancient times went extinct due to a sudden cataclysmic drought long ago. Oh, pardon me, I've gotten ahead of myself. Why did the Leviathans go extinct? That is the question we scientists are trying to answer. Are you streaming 4 hours today? Yes. We have about 17 minutes left before we depart for the day. If so, you'll start once you're done. Hey, I'm not your accountability police. You do what you want. You're an adult. But I know that if the roles were reversed, you definitely would say something to me about, like, the schoolwork and stuff. That's all. I definitely want to try to stride that line between not telling people what to do and showing concern. That's all. Okay, scientists, I'm glad you're trying to answer this. Where are you taking this conversation next? However, we haven't yet located the Leviathan remains, so we're stuck with theories for the time being, but we do have a general idea where such remains might be found. Yeah, that's easy. Elden Mountain, Gerudo Desert, and I forgot the other one. The Hebra region. They basically kind of like forecast all of those. No, but you need to finish this class strong. You've done well in all the other parts. I'm just procrastinating because you have low energy. I feel you. Yeah, I know that feeling. It really sucks. Kind of on a caffeine withdrawal. Trying not to use it as much since the migraine attack. That's fair. Is there anything I could do to, like, help you get through it? I should have asked about it much earlier, if and I'm being quite honest, but we got caught up in having a whole bunch of fun, diving into the icing of the cake, so to speak. The climates of these regions are rather extreme. You've got the look of someone who's done a fair bit of adventuring. Would you be willing to find these Leviathan bones and draw a picture of them? Oh, I can do you a better version of that, Akra. I've got a camera. What I especially want to see is the head of the animal. If you could get just a bit of it in the picture, that'd be adequate. Not super much. Voice calls kind of help, but TBH body doubling works much better. Wish I could do that, but it is quite late in the day for the physical body doubling. And yeah, we live apart, so that's really hard to do. I'll chat at you about that when the stream is done. How's that sound? Do this for me, and I'll give you 300 rupees as a reward. So, the funny thing about these Leviathans is I think you get something a little bit better than that by doing the snaps, but the reward itself, like the actual quest reward, is pitiful. Awful. And requires us going way out of our way to take snaps of the Leviathan bones. They're quite buried into the countrysides of these places as well. You might see if Shadows can double, but he's not always the best at not distracting me. I'll say, sometimes he's the one that needs help not getting distracted. But hey, you give him a clear set of instructions, and he should be able to help you with that. If he's feeling up to it. A real body double would be better than nothing. Excellent, in the most literal sense. I'll be waiting here with your 300 rupees. When you first did this, you mistakenly thought the Leviathans were the Gleoks. I could see that, because they had like these big, sprawling bodies. I think they might have multiple heads, multiple necks in the bones. And if I'm remembering right, some of them even have like wing structures. I'd have to go look at a photo of the Leviathans again, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be totally mistaken to think they're Gleoks. Don't know what they're supposed to be really. Maybe like the prehistoric version of them? Yeah, exactly. Hydras. Okay, where's this next one? Let's end off strong, shall we? I think we have just enough time to try and find this shrine. The Leviathans look more like the big shark enemy in the Gerudo Desert. The Molduga, right? I'm pretty sure that's the name. The Molduga, the thing with the giant fins you have to shield surf to keep up with. I think I have a good idea of what you're talking about. Oh, this is a giant fortification. Merida Exchange Ruins. Yeah, this is a giant area. I don't need to be here though. We could keep moving. Yeah? Okay, good. I'm glad that I remembered that. And I think I remember that from times where I was watching you play more than anything, Darcy. I think I remember you showing me the Molduga shield surfing once or twice. Eventually my knowledge of Breath of the Wild will be back where it once was. I do quite enjoy it. I do want to thank you guys for voting on this game again. I enjoy it. I just also enjoy about 6 other different things, and it's kind of hard to pick them all. It's nice to have folks who are in my corner with helping me. It's not like I have decision paralysis, but I often struggle between being the challenge runner that I sometimes want to be. Oh, hello. Hello, Silver Bokoblin. Is there one up here? I bet the Leviathans were those big whales with the shield-looking things on their heads. Shield-looking things. Yeah, Lord Jabu Jabu. I know what you're talking about. I'm gonna refrain from cracking my phone open to look that up. I'll look it up afterwards. What I want to do now is quickly scurry up the ladder here. Also, I'm glad we voted this. It's a good game. It'd be nice to see you challenge run again, though. They're like two very different styles of content, right? Because this game is more like I'm exploring the depths of what the game has to offer, whereas Elden Ring Reforged challenge running, like I explored the depths of some things, but not really so much in other aspects. It wasn't a a full completion type run. There's a different amount of gamesmanship involved. Nice! I bungled that big time. No, I don't think so. This dude's like, run! Run, Forrest, run! Get a weapon! The only weapon you're gonna get is the taste of death. Okay, so what do we have here? We have 24. Let's go ahead and drop this. It actually might be more reasonable to remove the Lionel Spear if it weren't for this durability modifier. Ooh, 50. That is a nice one. Okay, now I'm definitely more inclined to remove the spear. Let's drop that for now. 24. And then we've got the shield, which we desperately need shields. So this was a nice pit stop. Now, what were you guys guarding? Topaz. You know what? I won't say no to some topaz. Alright, so our shrine that we're looking for is in there, inside that bombable rock. What I'm gonna hope is we're going to get up here, and by the time we float over, we'll be able to use a bomb arrow to blow that up. That's going to be a lot better than trying to... Actually, yeah, that's not enough past time for that. Leviathans included those, like the windfish. Yeah, I was trying to think of some other Leviathans while I was busy talking. The windfish is supposedly one of them. And then I might have gotten around to Lord... Oh, wait. Actually, I've never heard of this one. Lord Chapu. Yeah, Lord Jabin is another one I probably would have thought of if given the time. And then, yes, definitely Levius. Definitely Levius, for sure. That would have been one of my first ones. Thanks for that nice long list of fit Leviathan fish things. Their roles typically range somewhere between mystical beast to be feared and like a guardian protector, depending on which one you're talking about. I think one of the more tragic ones is Levius for sure. And you know what? Why not? We'll eat the fish dish. Lord drop accomplished. Yeah, and Levius's story in particular is sad. Mainly in what you have to deal with in terms of Skyward Sword. I know Skyward Sword's not everyone's favorite cup of tea, there are a lot of people who would say, even that one, hashtag not my Zelda, but I love Skyward Sword growing up. It was growing up. That's weird sentence come out of my mouth. I grew up more with Twilight Princess than I did with Skyward Sword, but Skyward Sword stuck around with me a little bit longer. It was the motion controls, man. It was the motion controls. I know, I'm such a toddler, or like a teenage boy when it comes to that. Get up there, Link. But also, the story did have its funny moments. If people are wanting, like, out-of-context Link clips, or out-of-context character clips with Legend of Zelda, definitely hit up the Groose section. Red-haired boy, kind of tall, considered a schoolyard bully in terms of the plot writing. Oh, man. Groose goes through quite a character development. It's hilarious. And kind of charming, given enough time, I suppose. Levius had the same issue as Lord Jabu previously. It's the same parasite. Damn fish parasites. Can't we have some, like, normal fish gods that don't, I suppose, Lord Jabin is one of them. And the windfish are considered, like, somewhat normal. But I would love to have a normal fish god that we could actually talk to in this game franchise. Not gonna lie. Favorite out-of-context Link clips are from Wind Waker? Yes. My favorite is someone took, like, there are a few people who have taken the barrels firing scene from Wind Waker, where Link goes into Forsaken Fortress the first time, and it's just that sound. It's that range of sounds for like 10 minutes, or whatever the locally tolerated maximum for those locally tolerated maximum time for those clips is, which is like 10 minutes. Because that's kind of out of context memery that's funny all on its own. Normal fish gods with Miyamoto? No way! I try to ad-lib and it's not working. Because I'm wanting to think of, like, the Hyrule Sea, but that doesn't exactly explicitly apply in the, like, the Hyrule Historia. Do these treasure shrines have secondary chests? I sure hope not. There's usually the blessing shrines, or blessing type shrines, are the ones that just have the chest parked out front and that's it. I'll go back in and check again, just to be sure. I've checked all of the blessing chests up to this, or blessing shrines up to this point, and there's been, like, consistently nothing, but might as well check again. Might as well be thorough. Cruising on down Hylia, you're relaxed and feeling good. Next thing that you know, you're screaming, "Ya, ya, ya!" What? I should never underestimate my siblings' ability to ad-lib anything. Okay, let anything with magnesis. That'd be about the only thing that should be, you know, in here as a secondary chest. No, there is actually nothing. Yes, I'll exit the shrine. And I think to capstone us off, we're gonna go back to a village shrine, or a village goddess statue, and exchange a heart container. How many heart containers do we have? I see 3, 6. Okay, we're 2 off, so After we exchange this last heart container, or this next heart container, we'll be one away from pulling the sword from the pedestal, so to speak. Oh, man. We have... I don't think we've made a terrible amount of progress today. I'm not gonna lie. We've maybe gotten a shrine, some enemy kills, and maybe like 20 Korok seeds, and that's been about it. Not my finest hour. I know we definitely had an episode where we collected maybe 50 of them in a single sitting. So I guess if I put it in perspective, 20 isn't the worst amount of Korok seeds ever, but it's definitely low, and I would like it to be higher. Alright, goddess, you know which I desire. Another chunk of health, please. Oh, that's a clip, right? Thank goodness. For those of you that aren't in the woodwork and don't know this yet, I doubt anyone who's relevant is actually listening to me say this. If you are on Twitch, you got about a month and 25 days left before, they wipe the highlights. Twitch is doing a memory purge, and pretty much a lot of highlights within a certain storage limit are going to be wiped. You're going to lose them, just straight up, gone. So you got 2 months, roughly, maybe a little bit less than that now, to get that stuff, downloaded. I'm going to be working on that off to the side, and I don't have too many highlights, because that's stuff the streamer does themselves. I hardly ever make highlights. Clips are fine. Clips are not being changed insofar as the language of, like, the Twitch updates are concerned. But, anything that's like an actual highlight, something I went back and highlighted and re-uploaded as a separate upload, that's the stuff that they're gonna purge. And mine would exactly be the stuff that goes first, because I'm the person who I'm one of the people who tend not to get a whole bunch of views on the highlights. Yeah, no. No. With clips, we don't have anything to worry about on clips. It sucks about highlights. Yeah, channels like Lobos Jr. or I Ain't Your Pie or a lot of the other big ones, yeah, they've got like thousands of hours of highlights. And going through them all still takes a ton of time. Even if you put a whole bunch of mods to the task, I'll probably upload them to the VODs channel, yes. That's going to be what I intend to do with it. Other content creators will probably do different things with that content. We'll have to see. I think I might have a handful of highlights. I don't have that much to worry about, but I want to get them there anyway, because the highlights I do have are Xenoblade Chronicles 2 type highlights from an earlier portion of my streaming or an earlier era in my streaming. I want to make sure I have that as history. So if you guys are worried about your highlights, and I'm not talking about the type that change your hair color, then I would go ahead and get on that before Twitch says bye-bye to all of them. Well, my senators and inductees, one more heart container to get the Master Sword. Supposedly, it should be exactly 13. It would suck if they required one more than 13 right now. I'm pretty confident it's supposed to be 13. It's been a blast. Thank you guys again for welcoming me back. Really appreciate it. The next stream should be Sunday. I'll double check the calendar to be sure. But we'll pick this back up on Sunday. I want to try to actually get Tabantha and Hebra finished. I don't know what I'm gonna have to do to get that sorted out. I may need to lock down on my commentary for a bit and just kind of put my nose to the grindstone and get this done. But I'll figure that out, and I'll let you guys know in Discord what my approach for that is going to be. But thank you guys again. Seriously. I want to be able to go and eat. I was looking forward to steak, but it's Popeye's chicken instead. So that's going to get cold. I got to go heat that up. So I'm just going to do a cut and run. For you guys on Twitch, I am going to at least, point you guys to 2 channels that you guys can check out. Let's see, who do I want to point you guys to? Oh, I'm definitely doing this one. If you guys are Dark Souls 2 enthusiasts like I am, you'll definitely love this chap. His name is Squillakilla. He is currently doing a no damage run for Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin. It's like the worst Souls title ever to get a hitless or damageless run started on. There's lots of bullshit in Dark Souls 2. So if you want to see a man go through his paces, check that out. Then for the other one... I see some weird things on Twitch, so I'm going to try my best not to point them out. Okay, if you guys like World of Warcraft content, definitely check out Richard Bam. It looks like he's doing a completionist run, so that means like all achievements and stuff. Which is always a fun prospect to try to do in an MMO. World of Warcraft especially, because there's so many things in that particular game where it's like you don't know what's going to be patched out of the realm of possibility and into the realm of impossibility. Which achievements are going to have to be patched to be doable, and which ones are a relic lost to the sands of time. So big that the Dragon Council, can't reach back into their proverbial hourglass and pull the achievement out to give to you. Let's go ahead and get that shout out. And for you guys on YouTube, thank you. Thank you for keeping me company. I apologize if YouTube is quiet and I haven't quite done enough to keep you entertained, truly. I'm gonna be working on timers and a whole bunch of other stuff to try to minimize the things I say in the future that get repetitive. I think that's a good practice to have in the long term. We're gonna pick back up on Sunday. Same time as usual. You guys know the algorithmic stuff to do. Dig around in the description and or the About Me page, and you'll find all that stuff. Link trees are also posted in either the profile page or in the description. Again, feel free to poke around on those. If you want to join the Discord, in the link tree, it'll be the click on the Discord icon. Don't click on the Obten panel. That'll take you to a different Discord. Totally fine if you do, though. But if you're wanting mine, then you'll want to click on the icon. That's really the only thing I wanted to make sure I've said. Thank you guys for all the follows, subscriptions, and so on. Tips, bits, donations, lurks, etc. Mod server? I don't know what kind of command. It's all good. It's all good. Brain fog Friday, right? Me not that kind of anyway. Without rambling on and on. My senators and inductees. My name is Coin. Welcome back. And this has been it's all good. this has been another episode of Breath of the Wild, and even though it hasn't been all that productive, it has been a load of fun. Just like Darcy was saying earlier. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, goodbye.
Night night, sleep tight.